Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Season 14 is almost up on us. Only 4 more days. And today we're going to test some new level strategies because you can actually get to level 70 in under 2 hours, almost in 1 hour. Yeah, you heard right. You heard right. I know it sounds unbelievable, but it's actually possible. So that's what we're going to do today. Put a timer on, see how fast we can actually do it, right? So call it the first training session to just see if the method is working. I also wanted to mess a bit around with Warlock to find like a very good leveling build, because we will probably begin with Warlock and do a Command Fallen, because Command Fallen is going to be stronger than ever. So that's going to be quite intriguing. I'm not sure if we're going to go for the bonus damage and some other stuff. I'm probably going to start with like Dread Claws too, because I was thinking about like going for Blazing Scream first, right? But it's going to be Dread Claws. We'll see about that. Also, if you start into Diablo, right? There's one thing I need to check, because I genuinely don't remember. Do we start into Diablo with like 1 skill point or 0 skill points, and we get the first one when we level up? Because I never remember. Even, get a C there. Good day. Did Season 14 already come out? No, Nocturnus. Season 14 is going to come out, but since we don't have a season mechanic, we can actually test the leveling speedrun, right? So that's good. Yeah, they changed it to 0, right? We actually begin with nothing if we would start. Because the 12 points that we have here now at the beginning are pretty much the 12 points that we're getting from the seasonal rank, if I'm not mistaken, right? Let's actually wait. We need to delete that one again. It's like like the season start has been like so far away again, right? That I literally just forget. So seasonal and hardcore, because we haven't played seasonal hardcore. You get 13 points, because we're gonna have, how many was it again? We get like 1 from the skill tree, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I think there was a 13 somewhere, right? 13. 14? We would even get... I'm missing one? Why am I looking this up? Because when we start the speedrun right now, I can't obviously just willy-nilly spend points, right? So we're gonna have to like start putting points in now, or reasonable. So that's gonna be that. Did you leave PoE2 already? Sir, I mean, first and foremost, it's just Diablo's new season 4 days away, okay? So we gotta start making some content. And I'm not sure what you mean with already, because that's been 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. So we did like now 4 weeks of only Path of Exile content. 30 days pretty much of Path of Exile blasting through. So I guess it's okay to like just do something else for a second, right? Kickbutt, get to see there. Howdy. Okay, so what we're going to do today is the plan. We're going to make a new Warlock, because I want to test Warlock. And we're going to do the leveling strategy that I one-to-one plan to do for Season 14. And there have been a few changes, and the most notable change, which is crazy, that the Hellworms in Helltide have fixed spawn positions. And this is something I wasn't aware of before, but the Hellworms that come from the ground and spew out dudes that you get insane XP from, for some obscure reason, they like the positions where they come from, the green circles here, they're fixed. They're not random. So if you would like, for example, ride always around here and be around here and never actually get past these positions, then you would never get invaded by Hellworms. And that's something that you can actually abuse for insane XP. And it's like something that was recently found out towards the end of season 13. So this is like season 14. Season 14. 14. 14. I don't have enough space for a name, okay? We're going to do in the seasonal realm. So, like, The thought here would be, technically you could start on hard, right? For that 75% bonus XP. But I think that starting on hard will actually slow you down in the beginning. So we're going to begin on normal, but we're going to probably do 2 runs today because I need to test that theory. Because not everyone can actually start on hard, and it makes everything a bit more complicated. So now I am here with 13 points. You can obviously not spend a single point because the 13 are from our thingy. So I always got to make sure that I have 13 points available and have all the other points spent. That's right now what we're looking at. Okay, we're going to start the timer. First things first, you get to click here, mark Themis as your favorite, so you can always instantly teleport to Themis. Because this is how you get your first level, right? Simple as cake. I'm going to jump over to Ty, talk to him. He's like, wow, wow, wow. Then we can interact with the map. Sadly, we have to take this, so this is actually like a problem, right? You have to select that and live with that first war plan. That's 2 nightmare dungeons. And then you talk to the thingy and get your first level. We're going to get ourselves Subo. Then we're here. Actually, we're here is on doing any kind of skill. So then we get a teleport to the PvP area. Always. Because I feel like going into a nightmare dungeon right now would be a mistake because you're just going to be slow and sluggish, right? Especially if you teleport into the PvP area. You can right away just take these dudes out, right? But most importantly, you're gonna have the boss there waiting for you. Optimally, you would already make it to level 2 before you arrive at the boss. Because that's just going to make your first kill smoother. Definitely worth it to just kill a few dudes. So that's level 2. Then we can put our Drag Claws out. Drag Claws is already an amazing skill because it goes like this. We need an area skill to like area damage enemies, right? So like thinking about which skill would probably be the best for a Warlock early on. I think Drag Claws is the easy answer. There's so much stuff to do in PoE. I mean, yes, and we're waiting for the event league right now in Path of Exile. Because there's actually a cool event league tethered in case you missed it. Now you kill this dude, right? That's instantly level 14. Which is going to allow us to add another step to the fray. Another step is now a travel skill. We get all of this. Instantly overhanding in the next one. Probably going to bait this out here. I'll bait these into you. Then activate this. But at the same time farm some XP. There's no sense in not getting that. Like, you could do this on hard, but it would literally be just taking longer. Guten Morgen, did you spell that right? Yes, sir. You did spell Guten Morgen right. So the Hell Tide is only lasting for another 7 minutes. Then it's already over. But we have to do 2 Nightmare Dungeons anyways. Because now the goal is to get as much Hell Tide XP as possible. Right? Like, we're planning XP. Sad we can't do this right now. We're living a real tight Hell Tide at the moment. Well, tell that to Germany. We're currently dying from heat like there's no tomorrow. Next PvP area. Another skill point. That one goes into... Is it the campaign? No, sir. This is the open world of Diablo. This one goes into the more damage per... Actually, more spirit right now. This is going to give me, like, Wrath faster. Wonder if there's like a stronger warlock skill early. Probably bombardment. If you would take bombardment, it would probably be better early. We could do more damage. Is there a tier list of what is a great spec to play? We're working on that today as well. So it's going to be like a little bit of everything. We're going to do the speed run. Then we're going to look a bit about the specs that got nerfed for season 14. And ultimately like create everything for you. So we get a few plans, few interesting things that we want to make. And it's going to be an exciting day ahead. Right? Then we're going to teleport out. And teleport in again right away. We have a double screen or split screen. Oh, let me double check if that is still happening. Fixed? Fixed. Here. To be fixed. Now we're gonna run over to the currently 5, 13. So that is 200 weapons. 200 weapons is the biggest damage gain you can get early, right? Because you're running around like with a shitty weapon, and I didn't even get a better weapon. Wow. That is disgusting. Which reminds me, do we have still the loot filter on? No, we have no loot filter on. Okay, so we are now at 15 points, so I can spend 2. Ergo, we have direct claws go for more damage. And then we have another step to go for an additional charge, so we can move faster through the areas. And we're going to instantly teleport back. Getting ourselves set double axe, as I said. Really want to have that double axe. As it just allows you to... One, two... As far as I understood, if you also hand in the, like, if you search out the boxes, that's going to be some easy loot too. Your starter build is going to be Warlock. I'm not entirely sure. So the season is going to be about boss killing. Ergo, you want a build that can easily early kill bosses. Now, which build could do that? Probably the Lunatic Warlock can kill bosses extremely easy. Because we're going to be using Lunatics, the basic skill. And they're super easy to scale. So that might be, like, to be honest, one of the easier ways to just get damage out, right? Could I consider, like, what can you scale easy in the beginning to just kill and farm? Because you need mythics, right? Also, Warlock is a, Warlock is a willpower-based class. That means all the items are going to come out with willpower. Which is suboptimal, but that's fine. Because, like, a lot of the uniques and then mythic uniques come out with poor stat. So your starter class surprisingly actually matters to a degree. Because before it didn't really matter, but now it does matter. Okay, now after doing the 2 PvP events, I would instantly teleport into a Nightmare Dungeon. Sadly, we gotta do that one. It's a shitty Nightmare Dungeon as well. Why you gotta do that? Because war plans. You gotta finish one war plan. I mean, optimally, you're hoping for Helltide war plans, right? So you can spend time in Helltide, but you might not get it. Also, never go into a Roderick strong room. That would be a mistake. Warlock is the class. Yes, this is a Warlock. Diablo 4's latest class. They added to the game in case you weren't aware of that. I have to exchange like the big normal red demon through the big black demon. Because that's our plan. And have a big black demon spam going on. The BBD. The last season already, it was highly efficient. for leveling. So that's not true. We tried the red demon for leveling, and you know what? That wasn't highly efficient. We try to get 2 health at war plans. Yes, you want to have war plans filled out as soon as possible. Now, sadly, in the beginning, you have to just do the war plan that you get there. So that might be a doozy. And no one likes that, right? When they get a war plan they don't want to do. What was it? Your demon summoned by command fallen deal increased damage. Yeah. One of the bigger damage gainers because you can just spam your passive. Your passive. You can just spam your... See, that helped so much travel-wise. Okay, slay Aramis to collect key of Yasharai. Can do. We'll be updating your Poison Spirit Born for Season 14. Build hasn't changed functionally. Oh, well, actually not true. Build has changed functionally. It is now different in terms of... Actually, you know what? This one might be worth it to interact with for a second. Build has changed functionally because they removed the infinite evade tag. It doesn't make no sense for me why they would remove it, but I guess fun detected. Blizzard police activated. So yeah, well, we'll have to see. I mean, the poison itself will still work, right? You'll just have to figure out how to do the pestilence storms now otherwise. Right? How do you get your cooldowns low and that kind of stuff. But once that is figured out, you should be good to go. There's not a real big problem happening in that regard. In-game players, a game changer console. Does it finally work? You turn your pet on? Nope, I haven't turned my pet on right now, but honestly, as long as you're not in a Helltide, the pet is not as important. Yeah, this is why I like the big red demons, because they work like so well. For any kind of boss fight. Very good skill. Okay, we have a nightmare dungeon cleared. I need to go clear another nightmare dungeon. Did you just put me into the other shitty nightmare dungeon? I mean, there's like 2 shitty nightmare dungeons, and he just managed to put me in both shitty nightmare dungeons. That's great. What is the next thingy for Direct Claws again? I've actually never messed with Direct Claws much. Enemies vulnerable. Yeah, that's worth it. And Another Step. Another Step is not getting an upgrade with level 14. Oh, I never spent that point. It was here, dominance. Yeah, never spent that point. They slay demonic guards, so we don't actually have to kill everyone, we just have to kill demonic guards. Tunic. I'm dead. Need to get like the instant eviscerate out of that one because that would be insane. This was Nether Step movement speed. We can just movement speed faster. Or more. Double axe should be better. The export builds, yeah, I know Bells, brother. I heard about that, but like still, I wasn't sure how well the export build guide feature nowadays works, because the export build guide from like at the beginning of the season was like very buggerooning, so that was less than optimal, right? No one likes to use a feature that's less than optimal. Let's not spend our time here killing like a yellow rare, which is not worth it. Boop. We need the level up. Then no, we need a couple more level ups before I get my dude I'm looking for. We need the big black demon for the biggest level boost. Knuckle box. Let season 14 start in 4 days. It begins, and season 14 will have quite some interesting things happening in terms of what will come our way. So I'm personally plenty excited for what we got. Destroyed by demons. Level 12. So with level 12 we can get the demon with killing increases its that one. More damage is more damage. Get out of here, hand everything in. Do you think PoE2 players will enjoy D4? Depends. I mean, the simplicity of D4 is definitely a sales argument in my eyes, personally. Those 2 levels. 2 levels gives me finally the Mega Lunatic. That's what we've been looking for, because Mega Lunatic is insane. Then we have 1 point spare that we can't actually spend because we can't go for any... Actually, we could go the Sigil of Subversion if we wanted to already. Okay, now you go for the War Plan, and you would hope for a Helltide. Sadly, we can't get a Helltide, but it's going to give us a grand amount of experience orbs. So this one is actually worth it. So your goal would be to like actually get your Helltide here leveled up, right? So now we did Nightmare Dungeon, and we're going to have the Helltide up. I wonder if through Helltide spam itself, we could actually get the Helltides up, because I have not attempted that myself. Like if you just spend your time in Helltide without actually getting the thingy going. None of these is now a Nightmare Dungeon, like a favorite dungeon. Storm of the screen format is looking weird. My capture card seems to be breaking today for no reason. It shouldn't happen. But sometimes the capture card has a Monday, you know? So it shouldn't happen, but it does happen. You're not doing campaign. You never do campaign to level up in Path of X in Diablo. Well, not actually true, because there was a time where leveling through campaign was one of the faster methods to level. That time was horrible, let me tell you that. Because if you level through campaign, then you would pretty much be ignoring everything, like all the seasonal mechanics, all that kind of stuff, and you would come out weaker, potentially. And that wouldn't really make much sense, would it now? Yeah, I have to say I like Drag Claws as a clearing skill. Okay, Mr. Waller. Very uncool of you. Just put that in my way. The difference between are you looking forward for the most with the upcoming switch to D4? Simplicity, sir. Simplicity. Diablo 4 brilliates over how convenient it is to play, and especially on top, target farm. I like target farm. I think it's a cool thing that we can target farm stuff. Now, some people don't like target farm, and that's okay. But I personally am a big fan of being able to, I want a specific unique, so I'll just get a specific unique, right? And I don't have to go to the market to buy said specific unique. I can actually get it by playing the game. There's a thing that simply does not exist in how the back down. In the same, no, you can't target farm the same, even remotely, as you can in Diablo. Wonder which one would be better at this point, if I throw my Mega Lunatics or if that brings us up to level 15. At level 15, we can get ourselves quickly the... Well, in Path of Exile, you can at least get from specific certain bosses. You could, if you're lucky, get something. We get the variation of Dread Claws now. I have to do that one. Open up the 2 caches we just got there. Still nothing useful, but just a bit of tankiness. Then make our way over to the Helltide. In this case, I got the worm positions up. So now your goal is to get as much cinder as possible, as quick as possible. You might, by the way, have to swap the... let me just walk out of this quickly, because I wanted to spend a second contemplating what soul shard we should go. We could easily get skill increase those demon skill cast speed by 25, so we could do more demon stuff. Faster cast speed could probably be the best thing to do when I think about it. Right? Also gives you Aggrum. Aggrum is useful, you can do that. Now you're just simply going to dish dash between thingies, and the goal is to kind of like get your rage meter up. If you get rage meter up, you can start to get invaded by hellworms. Now obviously it's not useful yet to do this, because if you do this right now, you're not getting the most out of it, because we're missing still the actual upgrades in our war plan tree. So could I do the whole, by the way, in a harder difficulty? Yep, I could. But as you notice here, you're just teetering all the time at the brink of destruction. So it just puts it like at a risk of you dying, and if you would die, that would obviously like just backfire the whole thing. Now we got the level up, but that gives me the... Actually, for another step, that's not worth it. So I can improve my lunatics. Because again, basic skill is one of the best damages we have right now. Mainly because the lunatics are just crazy. However, for the new season, I think a lot of people are excited for the new season. I mean, the release was now kind of cool, but the release didn't have a seasonal mechanic. And now with the new season, we're finally getting Diablo, the new Diablo, plus a new seasonal mechanic, which is actually, in my eyes, quite the exciting happening, right? Of having both of this happen together once in a while. Yeah, it's kind of nifty. Need to level up. So right now we're at 40 hearts, so we're gonna get more hearts to actually level up, right? Or more hearts to summon the lady, because right now I couldn't summon the lady. You're gonna play GTA 6? No, probably not. If there's anything else around that time out, might it be a Diablo season, a Path of Exile season, another game release that's not GTA? I have absolutely no interest in GTA as a game. I don't think GTA has any interesting gameplay to offer. That's each to their own, right? But yeah, for me personally, it was just never interesting. I know that GTA is a cultural phenomenon, and people seem to like it. But for me personally, it had never anything gameplay-wise to put on the table. And one thing I'd like to know is we're going to now teleport back to Temis, right? So we can get ourselves quickly the war plan XP. Oh, by the way, we forget to advance this, so that's nice. To get the war plan XP. We talk to him, right? Boom, that puts us up. Like that was now like a couple of levels. Actually 4 levels in total, which would allow me to go for the shockwave here, or no, for the abyssal recast demon, the instant eviscerate, which is going to be huge. Then we got down here, actually we're going to remove the sigil, and we're going to use our demon to cast on top of us, because that's the best one. And then with the further points, I'm not entirely sure, like we're gonna try to boost the basic skill even more. See what comes out. See, like now we have double Helltide, and that's obviously huge because double Helltide almost finishes this instantly. So that's important. What we would need right now is a pair of boots with movement speed. Here they have movement speed. Always take anything that gives you movement speed. I have no, like, isn't GTA 6 Rimward Prize more or less confirmed already? This dude is fantastic, isn't it? I think with like now I would probably, with this level, after this boost of XP, right? I think swapping the, see, like this is where the worm now was, and this is like a fixed position where these worms always are. Here, let me, like, so you get ambushed by the worms, but the more thingy you have. So why? Let's do this here for a second, and I'm gonna show you. So we're right now here on the side, right? There's one worm and there's 2 worms. So potentially if I go up here, I might be ambushed by another worm. I'm actually gonna try that out now. I'm weird with the time. So allegedly, or not allegedly, but like it's a case. The higher your thingy is, the more you're getting invaded as well, right? So you pretty much just have to push that threat meter the highest possible. And then when you like get past these locations, there is the chance to be then invaded, which is obviously very important. These are yellow boots, perfect, because yellow boots can have the movement speed temper on them. So now we have the recast demon, and this is what I was hoping for, because as you can see, if I can use my black recast demon here, it's pretty much boom, boom. Going to do a fantastic job. Okay, we got our And we get a Tree of Whisper done, but we need to get one more. This is why I like the Abyssal Recast Demon. You just pop him in and then pop him again, right? And as long as there's something to recast him on, you can pretty much just keep... there. Here we got another level up, and that gave us the opportunity to put up one more point more into this. Actually, you know what? These points might be wasted, and we are better off putting them in direct claws. Not entirely sure what we want to take there. Technically, you should probably put them into the demon because the Abyssal Recast Stomping is pretty much what we're going to do from now on. Then again, you have like these dudes, and that's where then the direct claws are coming in. And there's a huge gathering of dudes. Okay, now this is the last chest piece we gotta get. Really enjoying the new changes to the uniques in PoE 2. Oh, at Black Joker, those changes were chef's kiss. I mean, finally you can actually use uniques, right? And before it has always been a bit of an awkward position, but now you can fully use them. Okay, first point has been made in the Helltide. Right, so we got here. We got a lot of XP. See, that's 22. That's 2 more levels on top. Actually, 1 more level on top, not 2. That gives us, though, here the Fiend of Ebony increased damage for each nearby enemy present. No. Yeah, so I can spawn my Lesser Demon skills. See, now I don't want this one because I am looking for double Helltide, right? Because, again, double Helltide would be king if we get that. We're almost here at the first upgraded Helltide, so that's super good. Then we're going to trash everything available, take these boots, temper, mobility, and put the movement speed on as high as you can. Have you checked out the Lightning Shred Druid build for next season yet, casual? I have seen it posted. It's good. I mean, we leveled also with a Lightning build, so that worked really good. I don't think it needs to be Lightning Shred, though, because we played Lightning Boulder. So, aka, we had the Lightning Storms plus boulders around us, and that worked really, really fantastic. We will have a list coming on Saturday with the top starter builds. And when I say starter, I mean builds that are very easy to create, but also builds that are very easy to scale, right? Because in the beginning, you obviously need a build where you can reach the end game with. And then in the end game, you also want to be able to kill bosses without a problem. Because otherwise, you're not going to be able to just enjoy the end game that much. Okay, since we have our threat meter quite high, I could now try to get invaded more often, and I kind of would like to try this out because there are supposedly multiple Hellworm spawn locations around here. Go up here. Screen broke again. It fixed itself, right? It broke again and then fixed itself. I couldn't tell you why it's happening. Sometimes the capture card has a Monday. I probably pretty much have to probably restart the streaming PC, but that would also restart the stream. So that's obviously not happening. Yeah, how often does it happen with the double screening happening, Chad? But it's good to know. I'll keep that in mind to investigate. And I'll probably have to just get a new capture card down the line because never sure why that happens. Like it's been forever. Right? I wish Boulder Spin Druid was more functional. It's been, well, I mean, it is very functional. However, it is still suffering some of the children illnesses it literally had from the beginning of the, when the whole, yeah, here, this is supposedly exactly one to have here. So it's suffering from the problems that it has like kind of always had, which is a bit weird. Like how can it suffer like from the same problems all this time? Seems a bit silly. Okay, since we're now getting invaded, there is supposedly a worm here. I'm not sure if you have to go from your mount to get attacked by the worms. That is something that I need to figure out. Or if I can just ride past them. Something we need to experiment with. We're on hype for Season 14. I think most people aren't even aware that Season 14 is coming, right? It's going to be like a slow process where it's like, oh, what? Season 14 already? Yeah. Season 14 already. So we got 1 heart so far from all our efforts, which is actually kind of sad. This means we're going to go back to Temis quickly. So I can teleport to the other Helltide. This is the new patch. New patch is coming in 4 days. We're just testing a new level method ahead of time. And we have 2 of those. So one is bound to Helltides because there have been a lot of findings, right? And the other one is bound to... Oh, that's a lot of points. That's 25 already. That's pretty nifty. Okay, so we got Fiend of Abaddon, increased damage against elites and bosses. Actually, Fiend of Abaddon, like, if you can spam it, it's kind of nice. You want it kind of to follow around with you, right? So that would be that. And we got more Direct Claws. But then another thing you have to do, take an amulet, Chad, and also temper mobility on it. It's probably something that most people miss because putting the mobility on the amulet is just absolute chef's kiss. It makes no sense to not do that. I'll make a Paladin probably. Paladin is in a good state. There was a lot of buffs to Paladin. I haven't yet made an update to kind of like cover all the buffs and changes, right? Because similarly there wasn't an opportunity to, but it's going to happen over the weekend. But instead of like giving you like a boring patch notes video, you're going to get like a this is strong, this is weak this season pretty much right away. Like, right, these builds work, these builds don't work. That was my plan there. We got Baneful Heart. What does that mean? That means I can officially summon the Lady of the Helltide because we have +3 hearts now. I'm trying to not use my hearts from pretty much that I already have, if that makes sense. Because that would feel bad. I summoned the wrong Lady of the Helltide. That's the worst part. Instead of summoning the one that is a Whisper, I summoned the one that isn't a Whisper. Funny, you're a genius. So like how fun the Demon Smasher is. Not the most efficient versus bosses at this stage. But it's like against Rabble, I can just perfectly make sure that nothing survives. If boss is that one, it's probably better. Good thing is the demon has like 2 modes, so we can smash him down, right? Or we could also just have him exist and smash here in spawn. Good. Thank you for the XP globes. 14. I don't think I need anything else anymore. I have all the special varines I need. Now I need to go back to Tyrell, hand it in, get more XP. I wanted to see the same Sork again. Sork build got nerfed heavily. So the one that everyone was playing. I'm actually not sure what is currently the leading Sork. I have not looked into that yet. But yes, Sork is definitely different. Not crazy different, but different. Okay, so now we need to go for 1, 2, 3, and hope that we get more Hell Tides. Because obviously, like, you need your Hell Tides. So right now we get the worms, right? But we need to get this up 250 points. Now, I'm not sure inside a Hell Tide how much, like, the actual handing in of a chest, for example, does actually influence the Hell Tide, right? How much does it push it forward? Delete all of this. Now we gotta do the pit, and I recommend usually to do a hard pit. You should be able to do a hard pit at this point, but it wouldn't just be worth it to hang out in hard, my opinion. Right now we can just walk through, right? This is why I always like this build. Just boop, boop, right? You're just teleporting through and walking through. Since casting of this demon doesn't cost anything, I always have like my mana left to use my other skills. Right? So use dominance for this, and then you just recast him. We keep like that ulti ready for harder times. Next floor. So we're 42 minutes in. That's okay. For the Warlock. We intentionally choose the Warlock, who's not the most mobile leveling class. So they're faster leveling classes. Be aware of that, right? So I choose the Warlock because I wanted to just know how quick it would be with him. Because obviously, like, if you choose the fastest class to do a speed run, then surprise, it's going to be fast, right? So if you, for example, choose a Spiritborn with a Poison Spiritborn, his leveling speed is unmatched. It's insane how quick that is. Especially due to the poison, you can pretty much start in like penitent difficulty, right? More or less. So the Warlock is forced to be a bit more sensible. This is a good tempo for like a 3-minute hit clear. I'm vibing with that. Clash probably won't be hitting 20 trillion. Yeah, they limited how far Clash can go now, which they had to, let's be fair. I mean, it's not like Clash could have stayed like that, but they limited essentially the amount of stacks that Clash can get, which then limited the overall damage overhand, right? It's a bit of a sadness because like Clash was super fun, but it was also a bit silly like how fast it could just scale, right? So understandable that it was essentially cut short. By the way, did we completely forget to actually use this the whole time? We did. But then again, I also got only 3 now. No, we're not going to waste any time doing that. Does the Warlock get a significant boost for Season 14? No. Like, there are no significant boosts, but it's more like everything is getting a significant nerf. However, there is a big change, and that is that, come on, brain, say it. There's a big change, and that change is that now unique items can be upgraded to mythic uniques. So you can find, for example, your key unique, the Madness Helmet, that turns Lunatic into a super Lunatic skill in a mythic version. And if you find it in that mythic version, it actually is 30% stronger. Which is quite interesting when you think about it, because I could have a 360% bonus damage item, x 30%, right? Because the helmet for the basic Warlock skill build has already been insane. Same goes for the gloves. The gloves have a 120% multiplier, and that's also 30% more efficient. So the uniques that we need for this build, when we find them at mythics, are just straight up going to be cooking big time. That has me positively excited, because why would I not want to have the iconic uniques for this build go crazy? Scrap, good to see you there, partner. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining up with us today. Also being the first sub together with Mr. Kartong on his 99 months of support. The 2 or 3. Kartong, appreciate it. Yeah, it's going to be intriguing to see which builds really profit from these 30%, because obviously some uniques have like very good multipliers. Ergo, if you then have these multipliers in higher, it's going to feel very good. And some uniques have just sad multipliers. I mean, they give you like 30% bonus damage, and if you then have that 30% increase, well, surprisingly or unsurprisingly, that's not going to do much for you, right? I mean, 30% more on 30% is still 30% more, but it's not as exciting as 30% more on a 200%. Right? These nightmare dungeons have shitty layout. I went in the wrong direction. I hate it here. At least we're getting XP for killing things, I guess. If I try to avoid like any nightmare dungeon thingy like the plague. Wonder if the general like consensus would be here, just running through is better than even remotely killing like 2 or 3 opponents. Because if you run through, you're just going to be at the end faster. $29. And then back to Helltide. Do you need Lord of Hatred DLC to play this new season? No, but without the Lord of Hatred DLC, you're not getting the Herodric Cube, and you're not getting all the other cool Shamambo Bambos, so you're more or less missing out on everything. Can you play the game without the Lord of Hatred DLC? Absolutely can. Are you missing out more than everything? Yep. So our first leveling today, we're going to completely do in the normal difficulty. There's a world where I like at level 35 to actually go one difficulty higher. Because you kind of reach like a crux of skill points that makes you strong enough to just do that swap easily. Pain Gorgeous, Shot of Varathiel, Consecration of Paladin. Yeah, that should work. I mean, they're also buffing the Zenith Paladin that we actually did last season, so I'm kind of looking forward to that one. Because Zenith Paladin was, like, super fun. Actually made that do more damage, and I think they buffed Zenith overall. That you could maybe play it as an ultimate skill finally, and you're not forced to play, like, budget Apocalypse in the offhand just to get some reasonable damage bonus. Always felt so weird. I'll send that in. So finally, we get that. I can go back to Tyro, and we have our Helltide almost up to full. AC4 is not playable anymore. Yep. Okay, that was another 2 levels. That's 30. More experience to the direct claws. This is kind of like the sad part about the new leveling, right? So the leveling in the beginning was good. Helltide, Undercity, Undercity. And you're actually not going to do the Undercity. It sounds a bit weird, but we're pretty much just running through it. So we're not planning to kind of interact with the Undercity much. How much are we looking at? Okay, so Nightmare Dungeon is there. Helltide is... Shit, Helltide is so far away. Like harsh when you don't get the Helltide thingy you're looking for. It's definitely going to slow you down. Hmm? $31. I got not enough hearts to use. Helltide harvest done. Then you need to go to the Undercity. We don't have Lord of Hatred. See, the third version of every class skill is locked. Yes, which is still the shittiest move they have ever done, but it is what it is, right? So now you're gonna open the portal. And the thing about the Undercity is, now you would think like we're gonna actually play the Undercity, right? But that's not true. What we're gonna do is we're pretty much just going to snag ourselves the first beacon here. Because it gives you movement speed bonus. And then, after you get that, you're just going to use that cooldown and movement speed this gifted you to move a bit faster through the area. Thing is that it's completely useless to actually try to get attunement right now, because there's no loot to be had anyways, and more attunement doesn't give you more XP. So again, the only thing you'd like to do is you'd like to push the war plan further forward, right? Ergo, we're just hoping to, again, use that lower cooldown for faster movement. Because you notice how good the Warlock is at fast movement. Warlock's going to be good at Season 14. Yes, Warlock's going to be good. I think they nerfed the Apocalypse build. Which means that probably the Dreadclaws... Yeah, there's going to be a Dreadclaws build, but that the Tiny's Grip plus the other shenanigans are going to be definitely worth it. But now I'm going to be juicing my Lunatic build and see what I can actually do with that. And it's going to be the ethical Lunatic build, not the Buck Lunatic build, right? You know, that's done. This is like Undercity XP, so we don't need anything more. Out here. This is, by the way, also a whole strategy, because you're essentially going to just blast through Undercities, trying to get more XP from this one. Do another Undercity. Because Undercity has a node, so let's pause for a second. Undercity has a node in the Undercity tree here. And that node says, when you gain attunement, get XP. Okay? And that when you gain attunement, gain XP is like the coolest thing that you can pretty much get in the Undercity. Because it will, for every brazier you do here, it will just give you that little sneezy, nice XP boost that allows you to just also zoom that much faster through things. Okay, whoop. For PoE2 content, sir, we had 4 weeks of PoE2. The next days, today, Sunday, Monday, are going to be dedicated to Diablo. And then as on Tuesday this season starts, you're going to have all the resources you need to start properly into this season. It'll be good. We're not killing anything. It's a waste. I mean, no, they're not giving like really enough XP, but mainly Undercity only becomes worth it as soon as you have the attunement. I wonder if there's something about doing strongholds, because there's a few key strongholds that are very quick to do, and they would give like a good chunk of experience. So I wonder if there's something, especially in the early game, to be said about, hey, well, what if we do one of the easier to do strongholds? Because there's some that are pretty like super linear forward, right? The level up. Set charms in this economy. 1 hell tide. 2 hell tides. Nice. Here you want to have the war bounty chest. 2-handed weapon. Better boots, but they don't have movement speed on. And temporary movement speed on would be a waste. into the pit here. Again, tier 3 pit. Is PoE 2 free to play? Nope. You have to pay for it. Not only do you have to pay for it, there are stash tabs that you more or less require to properly play the game. Now, you could play without them, but you're soon going to reach a point where you're going to get heavily annoyed by the game. You don't actually use the stash tabs. So in my humble opinion, no. It is not possible to play without them for long. Not only is the game not for free, you'll have to spend the currency you get from buying the early access to buy yourself stash tabs, and that currency is not enough to buy yourself enough stash tabs. Okay? You'll actually be wanting for more very soon into the gameplay loop. I'm gonna say still cheaper than Diablo. If you compare the cost of buying Diablo and the expansions right now, you would start $70. I'm pretty sure you can spend $70 easily on stash tabs. I wish I was lying. But because they're always like adding new ones. I mean, if you buy yourself the Abyss, the Expedition, the Breach, all of that together, it's adding quite nicely up. That doesn't change the fact that the game is worth every penny. Yes, sir. Wayne, it is worth every penny, but it's not for free. Right? It just simply isn't. I'm sorry. Right, yes, on release, you'll be able to play it for $0. And then you're instantly going to spend dollars to buy yourself tabs in-game. Why did I go down here? That made no sense. I think it's free in life, bro. Dude. My children being nice to me is free in life. My daughter recently built a card for us because my wife and I were like 12 years together now. I know, 17 years. Sorry, together. 17. Oops. So yeah, she made a card for us, wishing us well for the anniversary. She's 7. She didn't try to curry any favors with that. She still get all the favors in the world, right? Do you generally like more D4 or PoE, generally speaking? No, I like both games, sir. I mean, I am a... I'm going to say this now. I like ARPGs. At least these two. Okay? The problem is that no matter how good an ARPG is, it does not have enough content. None of the ARPGs does have enough content. No matter how much content it, matter of fact, has, right? So, the problem is that inevitably, I will run out of things to do in any of them. And then I obviously want to play something else because I'm out of things to do. And that will happen. That will happen, and that will happen, and that will happen, and that will happen. Ergo, I need to play multiple. There's just no way. Right? Both are fantastic. I like both for different reasons, right? I was looking if I get like a movement speed charm. Back to the Helltide where we have been before. Playing something else is smart and normal from time to time, unless you're a Call of Duty player, right? Then playing something else is like, what the fuck is wrong with you? hardcore FIFA player, I guess. That being said, I recently recommended one of my friends. He came up to me and he was like, Pony, because obviously all my friends call me Pony, why wouldn't they? Like I'm looking for something new to play, and I hate like he hated that he had to like finish every FIFA match. You know what I mean? So if he just feels like playing for 20 minutes or something like this, like he still has to go like through the whole FIFA match, right? Even though like he might not want anymore, or he was losing, like, right? So like he wanted to play something where he's not bound to a match or something. And I was like, you know what? You should give Diablo a try. I mean, Diablo is this fun game for casual gamers where you can just jump in, play for 10-20 minutes, and still have achieved something, right, in your own time without pressure from the outside. And you can do that over and over and over again. Especially very casually, right? I got 2 more levels. Where are we gonna put our next points in, Chan? I need more, what's it called again? Don't give me boinkies, give me jiggy. Need more cinders. And that quick. Give me cinders. Come on, don't be stingy. No, you have them. Give me cinders. 3 minutes to... Oh, Jesus. Why am I dying? Because someone is like... Someone was standing in the middle of this thingy, sucking it dry. You can do it, brother. Yeah, dude. Like, pop off, son. I'm pop off, Chan. I'm just here to reap the benefits. Right? Oh, yeah. You're doing fantastic. Wow. Look at you, Mr. Handsome. I'm cheering from the sidelines. Something to not underestimate, like XP wise, right? When you find someone else doing something and you just reap the benefits from the sidelines. Oh no, he died. Oh my, I guess. Thank you for your sacrifice, sir. You did fantastic. Oh, he died because he got invaded by his own Hellborn. Well, isn't that a shame? Let me leave. Right? Isn't that a shame? Let's go away. Oh, invasion. And the case rift gives XP. We got like a minute left. I need to quickly make my way to... Let me open up the Helltide thingy. Okay, we got him. Give me that sword. Give me that sword. Give me that. What is it called again? Painful Heart. Oh goodness, he gave me so many thingies. I can't hand that in. Okay, back to Tyro. Ooh, that's not a hardcore. No, it's not hardcore. Phil, thank you for 105 months of support. Natural Joel also get to see their partner thing the 4 months. We are not playing hardcore because I personally just do not dig hardcore. However, like, we also haven't died a single time, so we could have technically played hardcore. All things considered. Okay, 1 Helltide again. 1 Helltide. 2 Helltides. Nice. Always 2 Helltides, chat, because we're almost there. So we have leveled now through. We're sitting almost at the Helltide down here. So this has taken longer than I would want it to take, sadly. But it is what it is. We get the XP here as well. We're 36. 200 weapons, obviously. 37. Let's get this one leveled up. Try to get a weapon that gives us more. 38. Thank you very much. Nightmare dungeon. Always check if you have a whisper. You don't have a whisper, go into the next. So we haven't died, which means we would just be able to continue blasting, right? So again, we're completed normal difficulty, chat. Let's actually do what I wanted to do firsthand. We're just going to run through. So we're not going to find anything apart from the things that are like directly in our way and are just too easy to not destroy, right? But let's not go out of our way to actually kill something. Can avoid killing something. We'll avoid killing something. They changed so much. I've played in a long time. I mean, if you haven't played Lord of Hatred, aka Season 13, then you are, like, you're missing out the whole new game that Diablo is now. Because Diablo is a whole new game, right? Different torment tiers, different ways how to go through the game, different ways how to craft. Because now, like, you can actually, like, deterministic craft in Diablo now. And it's really fun. Like, making items is, like, it couldn't be more brilliant in my eyes. I'm a very big lover of the system that Diablo offers, because it is just like a real fun system to make items. I mean, I'm like that is definitely something that I'm enjoying more than Path of Exile currently, because in Path of Exile, like, you know, crafting is still to a degree gambling. And I gotta say, like, this season I did not bother with crafting at all, mainly because I wasn't playing solo Self-Hound, so I was just relying on good old market. However, Diablo is adding actually solo Self-Hound, chat. And yes, solo Self-Hound will have its own leaderboards, which I think is quite interesting. And I am genuinely considering playing solo Self-Hound because I hate playing together with others. Well, it means hate, but, you know, I don't like playing together with others. So solo Self-Hound would truly be cool. Like, alright, I don't need trade or anything to make my character good. I can do it myself. Yeah, I'm kind of excited. And back to Helltide. Even though Helltide should now be not available for a second, which means in that second where Helltide is not available, you're quickly going to go and clear out a stronghold. And I think there might be a merit to actually clearing out multiple strongholds. All the warlock demons being purple and cringe is cringe as fuck. I'm not sure how that color is cringe as fuck, sir. I mean, you could have made them black, I guess, so they're black blotches. You could have made them red instead of some kind of purplish, but then they would look exactly like the other demons on the battlefield. You could have made them white, but hey, we can't be having that white power accusation happening, right? I wonder if leveling like the demon would have been stronger than leveling the Dread Claws. The new updates to PoE are huge and great. Dude, the new updates to PoE are insane. From a general setup in terms of functionality, I think PoE is currently the most cohesive full ARPG. Again, though, it's still far from being perfect. No, none of them is. They all have their weaknesses and things holding them back. But, you know, like all the ARPGs are moving in good ways. Over 1.5k hours in D4. Oh, that's a cute amount of numbers, sir.
Cause a storm as if
So we had to wait for the Hell Tide, so it's obviously really opportune to do this one here. New Hell Tide is up. That's one level. And then you're going to get another level. Almost another level. Let's see, more demon smashing. And we get our Hell Tide here, so we get a jaunt out. Almost there. So after this Hell Tide, we're almost there to the upgrade. Now I wonder if you could force this, because I still would like to know if you're actually getting more XP in the war plan if you're in a higher difficulty, right? How would that work? When you do a war plan on a higher difficulty. Back to D4. Well, we gotta do a lot of testing, my friend. We gotta do a lot of testing. We gotta look at the builds that get nerfed, buffed, all that kind of stuff. You know, the standard seasonal preparations. We're gonna test some leveling strategies. I mean, obviously the leveling is gonna be even faster next season. Why is the leveling gonna be faster? Because there is actually now something in the Hell Tide. So the Hell Tide is getting a new event in season 14, which is actually a really cool event. So you're gonna be able to get yourself the portals that you then have to step into and kill some monsters, and it's generally cool, I gotta say, especially because it's happening in Hell Tide primarily, which means we can farm Hell Tide, and I'm always a sucker for being able to farm Hell Tide. What can I say? Any tips for the new season? Well, you should choose a build that can kill bosses easily, because no matter what you choose to play, as soon as you're Torment 1, you kind of want to go from Torment 1 to Torment 2 relatively quickly, because if you get from Torment 1 to Torment 2 relatively quickly, you're going to be able to then farm layer bosses for the respective uniques. And if you're now playing a build or a class that gains power relatively slow, it's going to be shitty for you to just jump through the Torment tiers, right? So you're going to get just less loot quicker, and you're just going to be weaker longer. That's kind of like what you have to consider. I mean, obviously then once you have your character nicely situated in Torment 8 or something like that, you're going to be able to farm whatever you wish to, right? And that's a good thing. Obviously, you'd also like to have something that has a movement ability. So, for example, Necromancer has like insane movement nowadays, which is actually kind of cool. Warlock is one of the lesser movement classes because, yes, sure, you have the... Nether Step. Nether Step here has a surprising high cooldown. As much as you have that much it can't do for you. Right. That being said, Another Step does actually move you nicely through walls. Like, right? For where the Necromancer, for example, has a teleport. That teleport does not actually go through walls. Yeah, I know. What? A teleport that doesn't go through walls? I mean, like, why would a teleport go through walls? That doesn't make sense, right? It's like more of a dash than a teleport. It's kind of like a teleport, but it's not a teleport. But it's kind of like a teleport, but it's not a teleport, okay? But kind of like a teleport. Not a teleport. Whirlwind Barb did get a nerf. However, the Ancient Barb didn't get a nerf. So if you like to play the Ancient Barb, aka the shout, get your friends out, shout, get your friends out, all your friends, it's all about family build, then you're good to go. That was the one I played last season on the Barb, and it was super good. It was also really convenient to level, to be honest, so it was kind of nice. I'm not sure though if I want to start with Barbarian again, because again, Barbarian is, as a starter, sometimes not my cup of tea. Teleport back to Taro. Get that bonus XP. We're 40 already. Still normal difficulty, so we haven't swapped over to hard. And it into time. Now that we're 42, we are just one blip away from Hell Tides to work. So what I would like to know now is if we're going for higher tier for more XP, does that more XP also apply to the war plan? Because this might be like a consideration to actually start in... I was greedy. I didn't get war plan at all. It'd actually be a real consideration to start somewhat higher. I hate that the Barb is meta right now. Well, give me a season where the Barb wasn't meta. There was actually few seasons, but you know how it is. Barb has always been one of the strongest. And there's an ongoing theory, right, that the classes that sell the most skins are the most popular ones. Chad. So like now that we swapped one harder difficulty, you instantly notice, sure, like I'm just taking more damage, right? Now, I'm still killing things fast enough. However, if I did this from the beginning, there might have been a real reason you die. Barb kind of has like always been somewhat good. And there were a few seasons where other classes were also powerful. Barb has always been originating in the top tiers. This is also why Druid, by the way, never sees enough buffs, Chad. Because Druid is the class that sells the least skins. Because obviously you can't see your skins when you're playing Druid, right? So who would want to play a class where you can't even see your precious skins? Remember Barb build being a minion build? I mean, it's the only reason I play Barb right now. Otherwise, we would have not even looked at Barb. Shapeshift MTX? No, we don't have the technology to do that, sir. Shapeshifting MTX, that's crazy. There's literally not a single game on the market that can do shapeshifting MTX because it's virtually impossible technology-wise. Oh, wait. In case you don't know, like Path of Exile does have shape-shifting skins. I'm so unhappy that we don't have a hell type right now. That would have been fantastic. again. 14. Get these dudes up. Still hard. Missing PoE already? No. I mean, I thought about starting another PoE build and finishing it on Sunday. But first and foremost, that wouldn't have been giving the build the breathing room that it requires, right? It would have been a rush job, and I don't like to do rush jobs. So we decided to already start with some preparations for Diablo, as I have a lot of things I need to test. When we're not just going to level today, we're also going to see like which builds are going to be good in the coming seasons, possible starters. I mean, I might personally start with a Warlock because I have either like Warlock or Necromancer. Why Necromancer? Because Necromancer is always strong. Like Minion Necro is just obnoxious great for a seasonal start. Because Minion Necro just leveled super fast. And on top is also a machine of flying through Torment Tiers, because Minion Necro gets some of the best multipliers out there from the Paragon board. That's pretty cool. Dreamrogue supposedly has to fix itself. See, fixed itself. So, like, oh wow, it fixed itself and then it broke itself again. Great. Don't worry. Today is just a warm day, and my PC decided that today is a warm day as well, right? Would be boring if technology would just work. And I've been now using this capture card for like over 5 years. So maybe it's time to get rid of it. Because there was like never a reason it did this, right? I've once talked to the Elgato support and they were like, we have no clue why this is happening. I just have to send them a video and ask again. Maybe they have new findings. It was always like the weirdest thing. Right, is it the HDMI cable? Makes no sense. Is it the capture card itself? But it kind of works like 90% of the time. Unless it doesn't, right? It's 15 Celsius here today? Nah. Germany has been 30 plus every day. My children are literally living in the pool. They're gonna get like fish breathing organs soon. What are they called in English? I don't know the English word. Gills, right? Gills. Oh, things on the side where fishies breathe in water. You know what I'm talking about, right? Fishy breathing organ thingies. Yeah, good. I'm crazy, but at least I know basic words. Terrible ending of a map. You gotta like jump around like this. We're close to 38, 39. Yeah, on Saturday it's rumored to hit the 40 plus, which is usually not a thing in Germany. Luckily, I live in a mountainy area, which gives us always a slight wind. Wonder if the one that makes the Dreadclaw be around me and my demon would actually be better for this. There's one that makes Dreadclaw erupt around you and one of your big demons, or all the greater demons you have. Which kind of works for your dude here slaying out, right? Bonus hot as fuck. Yeah, I mean, you're in a city. You're suffering double. I'm at least living in the countryside, right? Countryside for the win for that. Gotta say. Hey, could you just teleport? No, you can't teleport me. Okay, cool. That's great. Season 4 to start. 4 days. Okay, one more level. I mean, we're on a good pull currently, because like the thing is, as soon as I now get like my my nightmare dungeon leveled up, my nightmare dungeon, as soon as you get the last piece of the puzzle, aka your Helltide leveled up, then everything just goes quicker. We now just need to test this if, that's a big if, it would actually be faster if you start in hard, that you get more war plan XP. Because this is something I just literally never checked. How much experience would you get war plan wise in the different difficulties? But I think we can actually test that really simple. How can we test that really simple? Make a new character and just check how much XP the initial activity would give you. So right now I feel like it takes a bit too long. Oh, by the way, also in good news, in season 14, the war plans level up quicker. 1.5 times quicker. So what we're pretty much doing here right now will actually be faster because you just get more war plan XP now. I hope that's the good news you're looking for, Chan. Do they echo up to the war plans? Yes, you can now sync the war plan with your friend. So you pretty much join up with someone in a group, and then you can press the sync war plan button. It's going to take all your Eldrin's charge away, so you cannot reroll them. But you can at least like make it so that your war plan is the same as your friend's war plan, so that you can do the same together and you can get the XP for that war plan too and level up your stuff. I think this is one of the most requested features because obviously people wanted to just simply be able to play with their friends properly and not just have like this weirdness happening where, oh, we're going to do your war plan. Oh, we're going to do my war plan. No, we're going to do your war plan. But I would like to do my war plan. On normal, you need 10 Helltides to get to level 2. On Penitent, you only need 8. Well, that's useless. Because 2 less is not worth the time that you spend on Penitent, in my humble opinion. Personally. Okay, so 1 Helltide. Okay, 1 Helltide and 2 Pits, because Pits go a bit quicker than the Helltides themselves. 103. Haven't gotten new boots in a while. If it was at least like a meaningful difference, right? That you're gonna say like, oh yeah, so it's like 4 Helltides less or something. You still have to, you only have to open the chest. I don't feel like that is worth the time to like get the cinders and then swap the difficulty, because you would have to get the cinders, then travel back to Temis, then go forward. Absolutely does not seem worth it. Like the time you lose for going back and forth. Especially if you have a shitty system. I mean, not only especially if you have a shitty system, alone the act of having to do it would annoy me to no end. Maybe I'm being weird. Alright, but having like back to Temmuz, then swap over to Penitent, then teleport back to Helltide, then hand in your, you know, your cinders. I could see me doing that once, and then I would be so heavily annoyed that I'll never want to do it again. I can definitely see it doing it on hard though. If hard gives us like one Helltide less, I think we would be okay with that. Oh, there's a second worm. Why am I getting maggots? I'm not supposed to get maggots. It's too early. Well, actually, that's not true. I could be getting maggots already. So how many cinders we get from this, Chad? Technically, I should now instantly return back to the pit, but I'm gonna have to check out where this Helltide has the worms, because right now there is supposedly 2 worms right here. Again, worms have like fixed locations, so this is like the main reason why we're trying this out. I wanted to see how the worms fixed locations feel. So these worms that are coming out of the ground, right? See, there's a worm fixed location. And just look at the XP. You just saw that XP? Chat? Next worm location is here. At times. He's shy right now. Right down to the next worm. So obviously you're just hoping for them to pull out the maggots, right? Oncoming. Oncoming. Yeah. There's a map, helltides.com, that actually shows you these locations. Just in case you didn't know that. Here's another worm, possible. Didn't want to come. Are still broken? No. I mean, Warlock was only broken for a bit when the Viscerate was completely overtuned. Let's teleport out so we can do the pit quickly. So that was a nice little level boost, but this is essentially how you would now zoot through the last levels, right? So you would just get this maximum bonus killer XP from just existing. Right? 42C on your side. Ooh. Right now, I try to convince the wife that we should buy an AC, because like it's just not worth it in Germany to have an AC, right? But we're really at the point where I'm just annoyed enough to actually buy one. Problem is like everything is sold out, right? Unless you want to wait like for mid of July, you're not even gonna get something in the online stores. Hey, the mobile one for the bedroom. That was exactly my idea. Like, worst case scenario, like even if the whole family has to sleep together once again, right? At least we're gonna do it mildly cool instead of all just sweating to death. It makes a difference. I had the wife convinced chat, and then nothing available online. A wasteland. Just like outside. It's hardcore, no, but we also haven't died, so it could as well be hardcore. I mean, also, I'm not planning to die. Unless I make a fat oopsie. Like getting killed by these blades, they're slamming down into you, which is the most overtuned thing that they actually added in Diablo. Right? Because for some reason, like, we have all of these effects that bosses have, and then there's one effect that eclipses every other effect by like a bajillion. Right? That's why I like this demon. See me like absolutely just killing all of them with one whoop. Not even on Amazon. I mean, the popular ACs are sold out on Amazon. I mean, there's some interesting portable split ACs, but right now you don't get one soon. Right? If I need a one for this weekend because I desperately wanted it, not happening. And obviously, you could just go into the local home construction store, get yourself a AC over the weekend, and then on Monday you're gonna bring it back. And you'll be like, no, like it doesn't actually work, right? It clearly doesn't work. I tried, like it doesn't. Yeah, it's bad, very bad. And then rinse and repeat, do that every year. Wait, who would do something despicable like that? Oh, that would be so evil. I wanted to do that at a MediaMarkt, but they're sold out. Yeah, but like it's almost like all the Germans that were so like against ACs, because a lot of people are like, oh no, AC drain much energy. No, we can't do AC. Very, very bad. Moo bad. AC, no. But now, like, since it's almost 40 degrees outside, it's like, okay, I don't care if it's gonna cost me $10 a day. I need it right now, or I'm gonna die. I mean, especially because I have solar on the roof, so for me, AC is for free. Right? Because we're low IQ. I mean, back in the days, ACs did drain quite some energy, right? But nowadays, yes, they still drain energy, but not comparable to what they used to. I think you run an AC at like, what, €3 per day, roughly? Maximum. And that would be like, you know. And even that is just, I think, like, calculated way too expensive. Especially if you're all day at work, outside, right? You're not going to just run your AC while you're not there. Unless you are.
Curse this place. I'm being followed.
The worst thing is just having a rooftop apartment, right? Because if you're still living in a rooftop apartment without an AC, you might as well just shoot yourself, right? When I used to actually have we used to have a rooftop apartment, and I spent my summers with like roughly 45 degrees in my studio. I wish it wasn't 45 degrees. It was like sauna. It was humid. It was hot. I pretty much, like, you could see the sweat dripping down my nose inside the inside the stream. It was bad. It was really bad. Okay, we're 51. Good. Just need like our last little push in the health. With 2 ACs, the trend goes to the second AC. Please don't use plastic straws, okay? Thank you very much. You can have 2 ACs, but no plastic straws, okay? Hey, please think about the environment. That would be very kind of you. Remember, Bully, good to see you there. Howdy. No AC is a war crime. I'd say no AC like at work nowadays. I mean, it's 2026. You have an office job in an office building and they force you to come to work, especially like no work from home, right? Especially with these temperatures outside. They're not providing an AC. That's just like not happening. I'm sorry. That shouldn't be allowed. Please get your people a proper work environment. And same for school. It's like actually my child's school nowadays does have an AC but each individual for each room. So they don't have like a central AC, right? Each teacher has like an AC in their schoolrooms, which makes the 30 degrees viable. But like back in my days, AC in school, not happening. Not in Germany. You just sit there and you just die. Which is obviously a great environment to be in school, right? Why would you want to have it comfortable when you're trying to learn? That is preposterous. I'd be getting too comfortable there, right? And actually enjoy going to school. Preposterous times 2. Oh, there's something I forgot. The thingy where we could have actually our soul shard upgraded. Oh my goodness. The first time we've died, Chan. Oh god, my hardcore character. Deletus, yeetus. I mean, it's this dude. I don't wonder that we die against him because he is the more annoying one. Hey, sir, could you please come in our direction again because you kind of ran away from the ultimate that I put down for you. Or we'll put that down so you would just be there. Now he's not even doing half of the attacks that he did last round to kill me, right? I think it makes sense. Just kiting you, smart mob. Hey, they said they made mobs smarter, brother. No, I wasn't aiming for that level of smartness, right? When it kills me. Okay, that gets you up. And then we get our war plan. So this one is up. That gives us the Ace Mastery. But see, like, we need one more. So now with this, I'm officially getting my... God, it's an Infernal Horde. Oh no. Oh no. The worst thing that you could get. So it took me 1 hour and 48 minutes to get my Helltide updated. That seems a bit too long for my liking. right? I gotta go faster. Especially now doing a... Actually doing an Infernal Horde in whatever difficulty doesn't matter. Because I mainly use this one. That was while you have Shadow Form. We don't have Shadow Form most of the time, right? Oop. This is the Infernal Horde now. Big demon being used to just smash wherever you want to smash. By the way, I wanted to try out this one here. I didn't use that before because, like, you know, but since we're pretty much always using the dude. I wonder if that's even worth it. Alright, it makes it originate around you. But since you're kind of like using it anyways, might as well. It's more fun video format because you're in the short form stream version, sir. Might say vertical in front. Paladin nerfed hard last season. Paladin wasn't nerfed hard. Paladin was put in place. I gotta say I enjoyed the other more because it was just going forward, right? So yes, Warlock is still good. Paladin is also still good. Even better because Paladin got quite some boosts simply due to not being so good before. Season 14 ain't out yet, right? Nope. We're testing our leveling for season 14. I mean, last season we took around 3 hours to level. That was as we were obviously learning all the new mechanics and we didn't understand how war plans work, that kind of stuff, right? And we had to read a lot of things. Now that we actually know how war plans work and now that we can abuse the war plans, there is definitely, you know, some speed you can put on top. That's fantastic. We all like bonus speed. The best build for season 14, it's probably going to be Barbarian and Call of the Ancients again. So the full minion barb is most likely going to dominate just as it did last season. I definitely would not see in any way that not happening. I mean, Warlock is like they nerfed Apocalypse. So they definitely did Apocalypse dirty in terms of what the ulti does because they removed like the stacking up to 100% damage. They nerfed that and they also nerfed the if a minion survives the blast, That was nerfed too. And both of these changes, they're certainly costing the Warlock a lot in ultimate power. But I think you could get up quite nicely. Is this a lesser or a greater demon skill? It's a greater demon skill. And with a soul shard, I'm able to cast them faster. Technically, you could just go one thingy, stand still, be in shadow form. The problem is for this soul shard here right now, you would require... Yeah, recast skills no longer break shadow form, but they would use that up. So I could get more damage on those skills, but like minimally. So the problem is right now you're not getting shadow form unless you play demon shadow form, I guess. See, there's this demon shadow form here, back on the back here. But I don't think that's actually worth it to go for. Crazy how useless, by the way, this particular activity is nowadays. What's the best non-barb? Because I don't want to play barb 2 seasons in a row. I would like, I couldn't tell you off the rip right now, which I would recommend if you wouldn't be playing the barb. That's what we're going to do later in second part of today's stream. So first we do a bit of leveling, and then we just follow up with the, and we just follow up with a bit of a meta dive. Okay, that's the plan today's stream. What do the other soul shard cards give again from this one? Ah, that was Lalish Weakening, I remember. Was Lalish Awakening? Oh, here. God, he's gonna be so annoying to beat. I really don't want us to survive, meaning. The game that you're seeing is called Diablo 4. The latest and greatest installment in the Diablo franchise. Okay, so with that XP now made, we are very close, very close, chat. So we just need to finish our war plan here, and then it took us like 2 hours to actually get the war plan done. That is definitely too long. Truly wonder how much faster I could have done it on the how much faster we could have done it on the Spiritborn. Any advice for a new build budget tanky clear speed? Abdullah, which game? You gotta at least tell me now, you know? You might want to be asking for Diablo. You might be looking for Path of Exile still. Right? What if people just want to play the best class? It's actually very simple, sir. Because people have limited time and they don't want to spend that limited time with something that is not strong. Right? So I personally also do not have to play the best classes at any given point. However, if you consider the limited time angle, and just wanting to, for example, get the season done in that limited time that you have, it kind of makes sense hunting for the strongest class, as it will just allow you to get things done in time. And you'll feel powerful doing so. Also, some people are also just meta whores. So that comes like on the tippity top. Some people are just meta whores and they just want the most meta whore thing available. And there's also, again, nothing wrong with that. If this is like what you enjoy, right? If you want to play just the most powerful thingy available, then that's that. And nobody get time to play half-cooked things. Big number Gabur, yeah, good reason as well. I mean, it's fun to look at big numbers. There's also a question like how hard is it to make something strong? So the advantage of playing the strongest build or the strongest class is that usually the path to power is quite simple. So that means you're not going to have to find like 24 different items and then align them in the Exodia pattern, and then you're able to actually do proper damage, right? No, you just have to like get to the end game, start picking up like maybe one key unique item, right? And then hit one specific breakpoint and you're good to go. That's obviously more convenient than making a rain dance only to be able to do damage on Tuesday. Right? And there's definitely a difference in like key meta builds that are just effortlessly strong and then with a lot of effort strong. And usually you would be aiming for effortlessly strong, I reckon. Do you think Bart will be top build again this season? Yes. Unless some of the multipliers are going a bit out of control, Barb should be coming out on top. Right? There's always a chance that some of these unique multipliers are just like, what the fuck just happened? Right? You're gonna ask yourself, like, holy moly, my Christy doodle. Okay, oh, we got... Wonder City is just getting a level up now. I'm not sure if it's now worth it to do the... Probably not. Like, considering that I just want to finish my Helltide, right? So after you get the Helltide up, you also don't have to anyway look at the war plan anymore, at least until you're max level. Kind of like the only weird thing about what we're doing, right? That you're just going to, like, you do everything to get the war plan, and then you're going to do everything to ignore the war plan. That was an annoying elite to kill. Do you think the mythic changes are a good thing? Well, I mean, first and foremost, that the mythics are not having fixed stats anymore, I think is a good thing, because let's be fair, they were just overpowering. I mean, it wasn't a question if you're going to use a mythic. It was just like, how many are you going to use, right? You get yourself the Air of Perdition, and the Air of Perdition was always like, this solves movement speed. This solves this solves critical strike chance, and it's 80% bonus damage. Like, it was like, it wasn't ever a question if you're going to use it or not, right? It was always the best choice for every single build. And even if you were playing a specific unique to make your build work, it might have actually been more opportune to still like not play it, right? And if you had a build that really needed a specific unique, you pretty much get heavily punished because you couldn't play the Air of Perdition, which is kind of like stupid, right? So yes, I do think it's good that the iconic uniques did get, mythics did get nerfed. Did they take it too far? Probably. That too. Is it like, did they take like any identity away from them? Right. That's something to definitely think about. Okay, where's the Gospodarn portal? So in its base, the idea that a nerf had to happen, yes. Now we're just gonna see how it plays out. Right? So I'm not sure yet. It's gonna be harder to make a build. No. It's easier because you don't need mythics anymore. What's gonna be hard is making the build as optimal as possible. Because now compared to just needing your unique item, you need your key unique item in mythic. Right? You do not just require a... Right, I need the helmet for this build, for example. But I don't only just need the helmet. On top of the helmet, I also require the helmet in mythic optimally. Now, unless I get the helmet in mythic, I'm not going to be happy. I'm going to be rather sad. And that means it creates like this infinite hunting loop of, now I'm really going to try to get this in mythic. I mean, obviously you can craft mythic, so that's great, which means that at least the build enabling unique you could get in mythic, quite simple. But then again, you might get the building defining unique in mythic, but still gotta get the other ones too. Okay, so now we got our war plan leveled up. That's what we're aiming for. Okay. Raxazy, my condolences, my friend. Now you can at least focus on the important things again. Like more gaming. Okay, we were running around with a very weak weapon for a while. I should have probably bought myself a better one. We're still gonna lock in a war plan in case it does have like multiple Helltide shenanigans, right? But right now we don't actually want to do Helltide anymore. Okay, so like, I mean, we don't want to do any Helltide war plans. What we want to do is we now want to just write down. Oh wait, before we go, we got the Helltide up, and we're gonna get Hellworms. Okay, so that's really important. And these Hellworms are going to spew out masses of XP. Hopefully other mythics will become more viable. Not really. So where are the Hellworms right now? I mean, first and foremost, we gotta get our threat meter up. Oh great, it's a minute. And I at least know where most Hellworms are supposed to be, so let's just right there to get the first ones. It's like from like from 50% onwards, they're like from 80% onwards, they're more or less guaranteed to come before there's a chance for them to come. Which means we're still gonna move alongside where they should spawn, while then farming our... It's not gonna be OP in Season 14. It's gonna do great in Season 14. I wouldn't say OP. I never say never. And the strongest Warlock build is probably going to be a basic skill spam build. That's something to keep in mind, right? I really didn't get a single Hellworm. Kind of sad. have to wait now for the next Helltide. And then experiment a bit more. So this is the first time for me actually forcing Hellworms, right? Haven't done that before. Okay, while we're waiting, we're quickly going to clear this one. This is Omith Redoubt is one of the fastest strongholds to clear. Then why are you trying to level up Warlock? Because Warlock is great. I mean, why wouldn't I level up a class that's fun to play? What a silly question. The silly question. Like you go for this, and you pick up that. You investigate him, and lastly this. That's it. That was the. There's the dungeon, right? There's the stronghold. Wonder if it's worth it to do this as we spawn into the game. You know? So when we have this one down, then we can experiment with the Helltide farming. Essentially, mythics are just another unique. At this point, yes. I mean, they definitely stole the identity of mythics away, but I think this was the intention as well, to like kind of create either a new class after mythics soon, or I mean, like, end of the day, I'm not sure what their plan is wholly, right? You never know. With Blizzard, you also don't know if they actually have a plan, or if what they're doing is just not completely senseless and everyone should see cover, right? Because there's also a world where Blizzard does actually not have a plan. You know, I know, what the fuck, like, how can you say something like that? But reality, you know, Blizzard might not have a plan. If it's motivating you to play D4 again, you explain some good, very important tricks, Vic. It's going to be good, Vic. Don't worry. You're going to have a lot of time. I mean, it might be only a week of fun. Let's be real. So, new season might only be a week of fun for most. For me, it's going to be like 2-3 weeks of fun, but we'll see. I mean, there's a new boss that I definitely want to kill. Yes, there's a new boss, Chan, in the seasonal quest line. She's a fallen reaper. What is the new season? In 4 days. So we are currently getting up to snuff with the meta. We're gonna create good level builds for you. I mean, this level build, for example, I definitely can fine tune a bit more, because I wasn't sure, like, in total which abilities I wanted to use for leveling, which shards I wanted to do for leveling. So I definitely think I can change some things here up to make it more convenient. I mean, for example, we're thinking about going for Lalish, and then use, like, for example, the Lalish weakens enemies, which is kind of cool. Because you're getting, like, hex on enemies as well, and it might be useful to, like, just do this one here, and then just, you know, fully send in on the dude. This hex is, like, useful. Okay, now that we have Helltide still not back up. Back to town. One thing that we haven't done, like, during the whole leveling right now is actually invest some kind of currency into, like, from the Horadric Cube, for example, to upgrade weapons and all that kind of stuff, right? which you could have obviously done. Let's wait for the Helltide to be back up. Helltide back up, top left. So most worms are in the bottom of the Helltide. There's a very high density. Now, what I don't know about the worms is, right, how often can they spawn in a row? And is there a cooldown to them? This is something I will have to look into. Because right now, as we know, we have quite the threat going on, right? We obviously have to make our threat higher. So there's supposedly one worm spawn already here, right? And there's worm spawn to the left of that. And the worm spawn further. So I'm pretty much going to like just kill everything now, then right in a then right around, and then do it again and do it again and do it again. You know what I mean? Because these worms are now going to spawn out maggots with a guarantee. Hopefully the new transfigured chase on weapons. I mean, gem strength is still strong, but it's not going to be the mandatory thing anymore. Probably multiplier in damage, just simply. Okay, there's none here. Because there's damage multiplier that you can chase, right? Okay. So now we have the amount of threat that should spawn worms. We got her. When he's not being wormed, chat. Unacceptable. Because you don't want to have them spawn when you're like say this now. When you're I'm trying to match this. Let's ride back now towards the bottom, right? Green again. It should fix itself in a second. Unless it doesn't, and then I have to do this handedly. There's the first one. This is like the whole thing you were aiming for, right? Because look, instant XP, right? You want to force this, and they did not nerf this XP in case you wonder. No, they didn't. So one of these was like now 2 levels, and that's why you so desperately want to have these worms coming out, right? Why you're willing to go out of your way trying to have them spawn. There it is. And that's 60. Well, like you don't even care about all the others there, right? You just run around now. Just try to get them. Here's another one. Makes sense, right, chat? I see, like, this doesn't even have to happen, like, on the Penitent difficulty, because people will tell you gotta do this on Penitent. No, you don't. I mean, see, like, how many levels was that now in a few seconds? When we got here, we flew past the 60, actually. 63. There's next worm. And it's obviously the better you like if you do this with others together, it's even better. Because now imagine like others are having these worms like come into them, right? How good would that be? Right? If it's not only you, if it's also your friend, right? And his friend and his friend. Like imagine doing this with 4 people. Should be more worms around here. There should have been one. None. Which is then Soul Self-Found. I don't think Soul Self-Found says anything against party, by the way. There, finally. Because Soul Self-Found only says, like, it's only the things that you find yourself, right? But I guess, I'm not sure if you can actually party in Diablo and Soul Self-Found. Because obviously Diablo, you know, does things Diablo ways. So there might be a world where, instead of being the full solo self-found thingy that we know and expect, Diablo's like, no, you know, solo self-found means... Oh, shit. That's not the worst part that could happen. Because we actually died, and dying is terrible. Since dying reduces your threat meter. Oh, I'm not sure what deals like so much damage here to me right now. But something does an obnoxious high amount of not awesomeness. Yeah, I wanted to say, can you let me collect these XP globes, please? Right. Okay, like I know what does the damage. It's the what is it not it's called again? It's the it's these black thingies there. That's what deals the damage there. So now you have to like rebuild all your what's it called again? You gotta rebuild all your threat again because we just lost the threat, right? And that's terrible. Okay, so the leveling works and that's good. I mean, it's now 2 hours. We take another like 9 minutes, 10 minutes to get there. But we can stop it here, so we don't have to go to 17 because it was more about like just vibing with the finding of the dudes. So you can find the dudes, and you could do this in normal difficulty. So I don't see a reason why necessarily we have to do this in hard. So like, you know, obviously if you do this now in hard, you would like to have some aspects or something. Like you notice we have not a single aspect, so you probably pick something up that you get from leveling. Now what I need to know is how much XP are things actually giving you? Because if you look at this right now, so we get a chunk of XP, right, from this, but it's not that much. You need to reach like level 2, right? This is what you need to reach. What I wonder though is, how much is the XP in the beginning and hard? So if I would now say, you're gonna make a new character, okay? Wow, Diablo. What's happening here? Oh, Diablo just froze my PC. No problem. You know, like Diablo things, Chad. Diablo just froze your PC. Why wouldn't it do that? So pulverize HC can go away. Deletus, yeetus. So if you make a new character, Warlock again, doesn't matter. And you would go for seasonal. But instead of starting in normal, you would start in hard. Potentially you should start in expert. But I think that's going to be like just annoying. So you're going to start in hard. And let's teleport to Temis. we'll just see. Like, if I now select the Hell Tide. The problem is it doesn't show how much. It gives 31. Okay, so it says it gives 31 activity experience, right? If I now go to normal. It gives 25. Okay. Wait, I need to screenshot this because I just need it, you know? Okay, that's 25. Oh, that's 31. And in expert, it would be... Expert is 37. That's only 2 more. See, like, is it really worth it to do this for 2 more? Because the difference right now in between... Sorry, the screen broke again. So the difference between normal and hard are 10 XP points. 6 XP points, right? 6, and then 6 again. And to penitent, it's how much? Penitent is 43. What happens if you do it in normal but hand it in penitent? Can you do that? That would be stupid. Someone said that earlier, right? Like handing in your cinders in penitent, but he didn't mean cinders, he just meant this. So what if you do this? Like I selected it now normal, right? So normal tells me here it's 25, 25, which is not even a full of it. So if you now go for both, then you select here, like, so we get a skill. Let's, instead of lunatic, let's actually start. I have never used the other skills before. Let's try out this one just for the YOLOs, how that feels. We're gonna try to get the chest quickly. I mean, I would find this horrendously stupid if it was actually working. And the whole game is crashing because I clicked on wardrobe. Welcome to Diablo, just being Diablo chat. Whole PC freezing again. Yes, Diablo is the only game that does that. One way to fix this, quotation mark, is by putting your textures under graphics. So you want your textures to be medium, not high. And I think you want your shaders to be low. Yeah. Oh, wait a second, my daughter. You can equip War Table in normal, farm the health in normal, but need to open chests on Penitent. Wait, you need to open the chests on Penitent as well. Oh. And I see what you're saying, but I just want to eat my feet when I hear that. Maybe I have a fetish, who knows? I got 100. So wait, I got 199. So let's say I'm just here right now, right? I'm farming my cinders. I'm having a good time. Look at me, mom. So I farm my cinders. I get like 2-6 cinders, right? I'm a normal. Woo. Okay, this skill is terrible. I was like, could this skill be cool? No, it's terrible. How's this skill? Oh, this is nice. Yeah, I see here. This one I like. Yeah, I like that one. Oh, that's a surprising high damage too. I still think the tiny dudes are probably better, but really good. See, like there was another skill that I wanted to like test for leveling. If you go for this, because you do 1, 2, right, and then they explode each other. So it has like the advantage when you level with this one, you go like 1, 2, up, and then the other ones erupt. The only problem is it's quite expensive to play with in the beginning, right? Okay, so now we did this, then we teleport back to Themis. But probably the only annoying part, because you need to now teleport back to Themis, okay? After you farmed 150 Cinder, then you're gonna head over, swap back to Penitent. Boom. Go back to the location. Now, obviously, the problem of going to Penitent is, what if you die? Right? Because now I might have the cinders, right? But I still have to make it to the boxes without dying. Not only do I have to make it to the boxes without dying, I have to also open them without dying, right? And right now I couldn't, I could, like, I guess I can, like, in the low levels at least do some damage to them. So that's 1 out of 5, and then we need to go to the other one here. Normal mobs are actually okay in Penitent because like they're fine to kill. Just elites, right? So there's one rule when you're doing like something like Penitent early: don't fight elites because you're not gonna win. It's just like the general rule of thumb here is like if you start in a harder difficulty, you just ignore everything that is not weak as fuck. So now we open these two, right? We're not interested in fighting anything. Let's get these down quickly. Okay. We're going to do another level run, by the way. So if I now hand this in, okay, I hand it in. I obviously get a lot of levels. And if we now look for our War Table XP, it's almost done. Okay, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. I still wonder if it would be better to start in normal or in hard. What do you think, Chad? What if I don't have a double Helltide? What if I have a Helltide and then I have a Nightmare Dungeon? So I open up the Helltide Harvest in, like here, if I have this now, okay? So I have this here now, okay? I check this out, but obviously I can't, I can't get it this way, right? So we're gonna have to go back to, we're in Penitent, exactly, we're gonna go to Penitent, and I'm gonna open up another chest, right? Do I have enough to open up another chest? Let's see. But like, lock it on and go again if you don't have a double. No. The question is now I have a Helltide and the other one, right? So I could open up the chest in Penitent. I'm still in Penitent, right? So we're going to look for another chest back here. Let's go there. But I can obviously not finish the Nightmare Dungeon on Penitent. So what does that do now? When we get this one, right? So we get the XP locked in, the 43. Or does the XP get locked in as soon as I open the chest? Right, so we have these here. Let's quickly eradicate these pests. Good. So now I open this up. +1 Helltide XP, right? But obviously I cannot finish this here right now. So, oh god, no, minions! I have to leave Penitent. Back to Demas. And then we now swap over to, because we're in the part 2, right? Then we now swap over to normal. And if I obviously return back to the war table, it now shows also, no, aha, ladies and gentlemen, there's our answer. You actually do see it locked in with a bonus XP. Okay, so the only absolute stupid thing about this is that I have to do the whole swapping, like, oh, I gotta go there, oh, I gotta go there, and then I have to do this, and then oh god. Explaining this in a video is going to get me only hate, but it's so much more efficient. Right? Oh, that's like... I hate it already. Anything new in Diablo 4? Yes. Let me show you, in case you haven't seen it.
Brothers and sisters, to live.
Here, so there is the new Helltide thingies for the season, right? And then there is a, like, this is also inside of dungeons. And then you can go inside special dungeons. And items can be mythics. And you can actually upgrade normal uniques to mythics. There is solo self-found leaderboards. There is obviously a new battle pass pad. And then there is a new boss to fight. That's the new boss. It's a Reaper. So, yeah. Wait, Hell Fractures. The Hell Fractures cost less when you cast them in a row. 1, 2, 3. So that means that we can, like, spam Hell Fractures. I always wondered if, like, Hell Fracture leveling was viable, because it's kind of cool. The only problem I have with Hell Fractures is you can't, like, really use them while you're running. But, like, see, like, if you have an elite here, 1, 2, 3, it's good damage. And the more Hell Fractures you, like, kind of rub, the more damage you deal, right? So that was Hell Fracture. This one got what? Molten Bomb gets 1 Wrath. Molten Bomb deals increased damage based on how far travel. Oh, nice. Intriguing. So if we're throwing this on the distance, we're actually gonna get like a bigger boom. That's nice, but because this one has some range going on, Chan. And anything that then comes close, you're just going to 1, 2, 3. The problem is this kind of local. So yeah, we get multiple explosions, right? But if you look at the Shadow Claw goes like through. If that makes sense. I guess my biggest problem right now is that we haven't picked up a new weapon, right? So I leveled, but I didn't pick up a new weapon or anything. So we're obviously hilariously weak right now. Okay, which dominance skill do we get again here with the dominance? Oh, dominance skill for this would be Infernal Breath. I've never used. Not bad. Because the advantage of this is it just plongs down. Right? When I don't even need to do anything anymore. I just put this down here and it's however I win. Duration is kind of impressive, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of would like to have a new weapon so we're just dealing like somewhat more damage quickly. But it's about like I need to just see the bonus XP from finishing the thingy. Let's try one more Silken Spire. This is the PDR. No, the PDR is already over. We're in season 13, but season 13 didn't actually have a seasonal motto. So you can pretty much be in seasonal 13 and level at minimum efficiency right now. But still that minimum efficiency is more efficient than other stuff. Okay, I gotta say my Dread Claw's definitely stronger. I mean, I feel like we're barely making any progress, but again, I did not have the weapons. What definitely helps was killing the PvP bosses first. So that was a big difference. So when you kill the PvP boss in normal first, that gives you such a huge chunk of XP in terms of leveling. So you go to normal, just take that boss down, and you're instantly like level what's the oddsets, right? And we get to test the whole thing with Necromancer in a second. But before we start another level run now with a new method, because we obviously want to test it, should we look at some builds, Chad? What should be strong, what shouldn't be strong, what kind of like get weaker, what get better? Definitely we should do. With the equivalent of a monk build in D4, there is a poison build, sir. I mean, if you're looking for a poison build, there is the Spiritborn. Has also one of the strongest levelings because the poison is actually super overtuned for leveling. The Hell Fracture, absolutely not good for leveling. That's for sure. Go kill the boss. In the middle. Crimson QB Witch Jewel, the one that gives a skill, that would be Tornado. So if you're looking for the one that gives a skill, that would be ranks to Tornado. The other jewels were Elemental Damage. And I think Energy Shield. Because Tornado obviously profits from Elemental Damage. Partially. Okay, so with that being done, now in a matter of 10 minutes, pretty much, instead of like taking the first 30 minutes with the XP. Here, by the way, that's the damage difference, so 17 damage, and then suddenly we're actually erupting big time, right? If we now go here, Tyrell, see, we get the 43 and we get the 25. So if I hand that in right now, boom, again, we're already here. Look at this. We're almost there. This is crazy. So now we need 250 missing. Again, this would only be 25, but if I miss 250, that means I would have to do another 10 Hell Tides. Like, what the toxic hell? So obviously now you're getting this, right? So you get ... Okay, very good. But instead of 25, we're going to gather these now. And then it's 43, 43. Boom. And you're almost there. Okay, that I can see that. So now, before we go anywhere, let's look into the Diablo 4 patch notes quickly, because there was obviously changes, quite some good changes. So if we're currently looking at helltides.com, and helltides.com has the pit leaderboard, okay? So this is the pit leaderboard, and if you're now looking for pit leaderboard, what is currently dominating? Every class did pit 150, okay? Every class was actually able to do pit 150. For Barbarian, the leading one is currently the Ancient Cry Barbarian. Now we gotta look, is if the Ancient Cry Barbarian is the leading one, did anything get nerfed about that? So we're gonna look for a Barbarian. All the unique items for Barb now have fixed thingies, okay? So if we're now looking for Barb, let's see. It's J-Bro, James. So you're gonna play, you were playing the Amulet, you were playing Ariad's Bearing, and you were playing Pelgin, but Pelgin is kind of like, So that was actually it, right? But since we're playing Ariad's Bearing right now, Ariad's Bearing summons Ancients. It does 40% more damage. So if you get that in Mythic, it's actually 40% more damage times 30. So that's kind of good. But also, Ariad's Bearing has now primary core stat and armor. So if I find Ariad's Bearing as a Barbarian, I get strength and I get bonus armor fixed. Right now, it would be obviously completely random what you get out, but getting guaranteed armor is pretty good, right? What else get fixed about Barb? So like Barb. These are all the Barb. So skills. Channeling Shout damage bonus upgrade can no longer affect bosses since they cannot be taunted. Doesn't matter. Then you have the Berserker's Crucible was changed, which doesn't also affect you in many ways. So that's a slight damage reduction, right? I mean, like, let's see, where's my Barb? Because we have all these builds, right? So I can just pull them up. You have to look at it while penitent. No, Sepissimus, it's when you hand it in. That's important, not when you look at it. So I have to open the chests in penitent. That makes the difference. Okay, right now we got the Barb, and which set did we play again? We played the... Oh no, this is the wrong Barb. Where's my season... Blaster? No, that was my seasonal Barb. Why did my seasonal buff have a talisman? Am I just blind? Talisman, yeah, here. Yeah, we're playing Bulkath's Pride, correct? And Bulkath's Pride is not affected. So, like, these are the changes to Barb, and that's it. Arms of Ariad. Here. See, Arms of Ariad. That's the Barbarian set. So, 2 set bonus is... Wait, is that Arms of Ariad? No, this is Bulkath's Pride. So again, nothing was changed. Fury gain from taking damage is now kept up to 0.5 Fury per 1% of maximum life and no longer benefits from the increased resource generation. So we can't gain more Fury from taking damage. I think that's a nerf to the Amulet. It keeps you alive, right? And that's it. That's what happened to Barb, right? Pretty much. Big time. I mean, Frenzied gets the buff. Call of the Ancient. Highland variant no longer works with aspect of Apogeic Furor. So the Highland variant was... this one that summons one big one. But it doesn't work anymore with Apogeic Furor because I think there was a bug, right? When you cast Call on Ancients, gain attack speed and increase damage. When you call of Ancients, gain attack speed and increase damage. So the slight nerf, right? So you get what, from 5%, 20% bonus damage to 5% bonus damage. Oh no. Wrath of the Berserker also increases all damage by 30% for its duration. Legendary aspects. Limitless Rage was nerfed again, right? Each point of Fury you generate increases your damage by 1 to 1.5%. This bonus is lost after 4 seconds. Now grants 1 stack per 1 resource gained. Each point of Fury you generate increases your damage. So this is like a general big nerf, right? However, it's still not ruinous, right? This is taking some damage away from you, but this is top end damage, right? This is not I work damage, if that makes sense. Per stack to 1.8 per stack at glyph level. So the Dominate glyph was nerfed. Ire was increased, and that's it. So Ancient's Barb should be absolutely doing fire regardless. Then we got for Sorg, we obviously had the Sorg that was abusing unstable currents like there's no tomorrow. And I think they probably torched unstable currents, if I'm not mistaken. So Sorcerer, we have unstable currents. Now has diminishing returns on its skill rank scaling for baseline and all variants. Also, the Bilious Variant now only increases crackling energy damage, no longer grants a stack when it's at maximum crackling energy. So this is going to prevent the unstable current thingy from overstacking. Right? Because the unstable current thingy was just overstacking like there's no tomorrow. It was completely going out of control. It made absolutely, like, it was obviously making no sense. Right? What's happening there? So that's gone, pretty much. However, Sorg is probably going to find a way to be insane again. But weaker than before, for sure. For Rogue should still be able to do Rogue things. I think Rogue was even able without bugs to do 150. Druid so far did actually only get buffs as far as I know. Right, Druid is Spirit Boons. Critical hit chance was actually increased. Legendary aspects also higher. Arc Druid aspect. Paragon. The Werebear form is 30% increased damage or 45 when you're at full life, but this is like 45 now always, right? And then you do a 1% increased damage up to 25 for every 1% different in life. Exactly. What else, Druid? That was it? Druid? No, 2 set piece bonus was increased. As long as the Earth set is not nerfed, Druid is insane. Yeah, it doesn't seem like that the Earth set bonus was nerfed, right? Because that was the best set bonus that Druid has. That's good. Stone Burst, Shepherd Aspect. This is slightly nerfed, so Companion Druid is actually taken down. Dolmen Stone, Boulder Explosion now deals of Boulder's damage instead of flat damage amount. Oh, nice. That's really good. This might make Dolmen Stone worth it, because right now Dolmen Stone was nerfed in a way that was not making it worth it anymore. The only ring is going up again. Also very good. Paragon, more down. Yes. This is insane. This is going to work very nice. Okay, so Druid, our what's it called again? Jiggy Majiggy? Boulder Druid, stronger than ever. Then we got Necromancer. That was some Bloodwave shenanigans. Pelly's trash now. We'll check in a second. I think Pelly got quite some buffs. So Gloom Ward procs from 6. So technically Shadow Build possible. Bone Graft is buffed. Serration is buffed. Bone Paladin is Bone Necro is, I think, not worth it. 5 sets of the Bone Weaver is now 200% bonus. That's actually really good. The set bonus will no longer continue to reapply the curses to enemies already cursed. That's actually bad. So manually casting Iron Maiden will still reapply the curse, and it's unaffected by the change. Will also reapply the curse on the procs. This is consistent with the behavior of the Omen of Pain. The curse will... Okay, so you can't over-apply curses with this. I see. That is a bit bad. We got Corpse Explosion. They're trying to still make Corpse Explosion worth it. They will never succeed. Red Blessing was nerfed, so overpower stacking is not happening anymore. Yes. Overpower stacking, chat. Kind of sad. Maze of King Lorik is buffed, so Golem Necro might finally be something that we can actually play. Reduced. That was for Dominate as well, right? Wither now also triggers some cold damage. Oh, that's nice. So Wither was an insane node. Scourge. Otherwise, Necromancer, just a bunch of bug fixes. Okay. I mean, Necromancer, like the Bloodwave should work, Bone Spirit should work, and Minion Necro, as you can see, Minion Necro was Pit 140, which kind of surprises me. Iron Golem, Minion Necro. Using Tidal Aspect. Ah, it was overpower stacking. Yeah. Still overpower stacking, but it's actually using the 3 tiny golems for 3 tiny golem explosions. Interesting. And actually doing trillions of damage. Huh. I would have guessed. Impressive. So I like that. Pretty good. So yeah, that should work. Then we get Spiritborn. Spiritborn was now severely nerfed because Spiritborn was all about dashing around, okay? And the problem with the dashing is, let's check. Montes, thank you very much for your Prime subscription and support. Bob, thank you for the 26 as well. So if we now go for Spiritborn, so we got here Rushing Claw. Evolving Claw's variant. Using Rushing Claw's last charge will refill 4 charges by consuming 4 stacks of Ferocity. I think that one they're gonna force you to, let me show you. Where's the Spiritborn spirit? That's my Spiritborn. So right now it's Spiritborn, you need these 4 stacks of Ferocity, right? So you can dash around and be like an absolute dashing demon. Okay? And you used for that the eagle thingy. So you used to make it an eagle skill. So this was Rushing Claw, and then you made it an evasive swipe. So Rushing Claw becomes an eagle skill, deals lightning damage, and has 2 charges with a 25-second charge cooldown. And then you would taking charge refund. So using Rushing Claw will refill 2 charges, right? But now it says that Rushing Claw, the Evolving Claw variant, says using Rushing Claw's last charge will refill. Ergo, you have to play this one. Rushing Claw deals 30% increased damage and is empowered based on how many charges it has when you cast it. So instead of now being able to just cast it as an eagle skill, right? We're forced, and we can't evade with it. Yeah. So instead of like, yeah, you have to go for this one, which could be intriguing. I have to see about that. What else for Spiritborn? Armored Hide, Toxic Skin, Payback. Yeah, Charge Refund Upgrade, renamed to Charge Increase. Previous, it was that. Now Rushing Claw gains a charge. Evasive Swipe variant no longer counts as an evade. So this one is also not an evade anymore. But that is like... Let's see... Season 14 PTR Spiritborn. Let's see if we can check something here. Nope. I don't really find something. Set bonies were nerfed from the poison set. And then bug fixes. Resolve, yes. Resolve is going to make every single class less tanky. So Paladin had now Clash Paladin as the #1 build, right? And the problem is now that Clash got nerfed heavily. What happens? So first, Zealous Oath does more damage. Judicator Oath does more damage. Juggernaut Oath does more damage. So all Oath do more damage. That's insane, right? We love that. Wing Strike does more damage. Defiance Aura is better. Stuff with Paragon Note is better. Aegis is also, it's amazing. All of these. Like, we love to hear this. It's wholesale buffs, right? Looks good. But then you have like Zenith also stronger. Awesome. So Zenith is now more powerful than ever, but Clash is limited. So Clash gets a buff for the block chance, right? But the resolve stacks are kept to 16. And right now with the Paladin, you have unlimited resolve stacks, which leads to 50 times, what was it, 8% more damage or so, right? 50 times 8% more damage. I think that was for Paladin and ground total. So that was like a huge damage increase. Because now with 16 stacks, what are you going to do? So like here, it was a resolve, 8% per resolve more, right? And you had 50 plus stacks. So that's problematic. Definitely problematic. Zealous O's damage per echo increase. That's nice. So I'm probably going to have to go for Zealous O's, right? Because Zealous looks like it's actually going to be quite... Red Sermon also does more damage now. And if you get a Red Sermon in Mythic, that's going to be insane. Because that 120% times 30%, I love it. Okay, so Paladin nerfed clash-wise. But since we, like, in case you missed it, this was the Paladin build we did last season. Just to show you. And it was working last season already, which is the interesting part. Ancient Barb. Paladin. So you were playing this kind of Paladin here. The problem is that half of the things that made this Paladin like work is not working. So like you were running around and you were schnitznazzling things, right? So this is super funny. Like you run around, it's just like that was you. Super fun. The only problem with the build is that you had to use your castle still. So you had to take your castle like with you for the resolve stacking. And I'm not sure if that is still what you got to do. But to be honest, like I'm positively looking forward to play some Zenith Paladin again. Because it was super fun for leveling. I mean, like it was actually like a very, very strong leveling build. So we might have to try this. I mean, like I can check if I can find a PTR, so season 14 PTR Paladin. If someone has some test gameplay, because sometimes you can find like reasonable videos from people. I mean, sometimes you just find stupid videos, but let's see. He was someone doing some Paladin testing. Right? It's not always that you find everything. That was... Show me some gameplay. See, like, this is Zenith with the castle, as I said, right? You're running around. But he's doing pit 110 right now. Pit 110 in 4 minutes. Reasonable. Was never meant to be a pushing build. Seems to still work. It's good to know. And then what's the last class we haven't covered? Warlock. So Warlock obviously got some severe nerfs, I think. We got Soul Shards. The Legion Shards spawn fragment explosion base damage increased to 150. Sacrifice fragment up to 20. Then the Mastermind charge is dominance generated increased from 2. This is good. But Apocalypse. Survivor damage upgrade increased from 10 to 25%. What is the survivor damage in the Apocalypse? Let me show you. So, survivor damage in the Apocalypse is this one, this note down here. Apocalypse, no, here, what was it? Survivor damage upgrade increased from... Yeah, this one here. They nerfed this down to 10%, so enemies that survive Apocalypse take 100% increased damage from you for 2 seconds. This bonus lasts for 200% longer against hex enemies. I think they nerfed this to 10%. Yes, chat, from 100% to 10%. And then buffed it up to 20% again. 25. Because it was a bit too harsh. Bombardment, Demon Magnet of Orion, duration increased. That's cool for Bombardment. Wealth Agony is useless. Fallen Rush, duration increased from 10 to 30. That's good. Dread Claws, Ravenous Jaws, duration increased. Metamorphosis, Stagger upgrade doesn't work. Fathomless Paragon Note is from 6 to 20, which is insane. Ritualism is from 15 to 20 also. So all the Paragon Notes are now better. They were actually good. Dynamism Legendary bonus updated to generate 2% of max dominance per second. Cluster of rare magic notes updated to grant max dominance. Ooh, we can finally do dominance stuff. Because we like you had like a node that helps you with that, right? Aspect of ignition, most beating flames, talisman, sadism, duration increase for Mephis Fulcrum is good. Chains of Horizon was nerfed because it was too good. Shadow of Haraj bonus damage is now affects target bosses, which is good. Flash of Abaddon is also good now. Then we get Command Fallen, reduce the Wrath gain from Fallen Army Variant because they last now longer. Velot's overpower stacking was nerfed. Here, the Survivor upgrade went from 10 to 100 to 10%, and they buffed it up to 25 again, right? Fiend of Abaddon is now stronger, not worth it. Nether Stab is okay. Wall of Agony is useless shit. Terrastorm is maybe valuable now, so that's interesting. Mutilation aspect getting buffed up is really cool. Agrim's Schism might be worth it. Like that going up to 150 is pretty cool. So they definitely nerfed Apocalypse Warlock in terms of the Apocalypse spam. But I assume that Warlock will still be absolutely possible. I'd be genuinely surprised if Warlock wasn't just still able to do what he does. Let's see, we got... No, that wasn't it. Can't really find any, like, meaningful gameplay. Season 14 Warlock. Okay. But yeah, all these things are actually working. I mean, I still would like to play Warlock personally, even though I like Zenith. I'm not entirely sure which one I like the most. Like, the thing is, if I'm looking at the end stage builds that are currently available, like from generally speaking, from all the classes, the end stage builds, I like the Barbarian one. So the Ancient Barbarian is love, right? Absolute love. No vulnerable from the Sea Rune anymore. Yes, I think they put that away. Here, no longer makes enemies vulnerable. Shield amount reduced and maximum wolves reduced as well. I mean, let's be fair, it was OP, so it had to get nerfed. However, it's really a problem because now you can't solve vulnerable like this anymore. On the other hand, it's great because it used to be the one solve for vulnerable that everyone just used, right? And that's bullshit. It shouldn't be the one solve for vulnerable that everyone used. I mean, I probably want to play Druid, but I really want to make Warlock beautifully work. I mean, it's good to see that it's not going to be just Warlock as a build. I just got to consider with what I want to level, really, on the Warlock side of things, right? What would we like to level with? I mean, the build we've been using definitely works quite nicely, so I'm not too fussed about it. And I kind of really wanted to see if Hell Fracture could be it, but Draclaws just seems to be no-brainer. I mean, I like the Blazing Scream because you can throw it forward. So you have 4 claws, right, throwing forward. Or you just throw the Blazing Scream forward, which is kind of nice. What is this one? Deals increased damage based on how many different enemies this has hit. Season 4 coming. Season 14 is coming on Tuesday. Leveling as a druid is rough. Depends how you're doing it. I always liked Blazing Scream. It was like... it Just send it forward, right? And we just go through things. I wonder if I could try the just focus on normal enemies and leave everything else out. I mean, leave the game. And then let's try the second speed run, chat. See if I can stop our capture card from going weird. Picture just get darker, Chad. By the way. Are you gonna throw us a guide how to do 170? Yeah. So Hellbent Horse, we will make the whole thingy available. Don't worry. Okay, so let's do run number 2. Yeah. Let's delete this Warlock. It's still weird what we have to do to make it work, so I'm probably gonna have some fuck ups, but let's try this out again. And this is number 2. This is name chat number 2, because my characters are being numbered, obviously. Let's begin in hard because again I need to try something. So start the whole thing. Always go to Temis. Never not go to Temis. This is out now. We're just wasting lifetime for, you know, talk to the Herodric Cube. Talk to our friend Tyrell. Accept the double Helltide. Get ourselves the command Fallen. Get Subo. Why Subo? Because he shows you where everything is. Hire over here. Then have no Helltide happening, which means we're straight up going to the PvP area. Okay. In the PvP area, you're going to kill a few mobs to get yourself to level 3. Because you want to have the core skill. With the core skill, actually go with Bombardment once in a while. Bombardment has one advantage. It's a great single target. You slam it down. You know what? Nah, not Bombardment. Let's go for... Claws are still better because they go through, you know? The ultimate damage. So now you're going to have to hunt this guy down. He's pretty greedy to kill on this difficulty early, but I think you should be able to do it. But this is also why you want the core skill, because try doing this without a core skill now, right? Would be a bit ridiculous to do. That's why I usually recommend doing this on normal, because on normal, you're just doing it faster, right? You're just literally like wasting time here. But then again, they're also all giving you like a huge chunk of XP, so it might be worth it to just get done. Then again, like, right, you just really want to get the whole Helltide experience done. So I'm not entirely sure how much it's worth it to do this on the harder difficulty. Now we got our level up, which allows me to get the... Now you still haven't killed him, right? It's going to be a while until you finally have. Which always makes me question if hard difficulty is in any way the way to go. A lot of people swear on it, you know? Again, if we had level 6, we would have the dominance ability already. So it might be worth it to actually wait for that. With the dominance ability, you're just doing massive more damage. Isn't it better to do war plans right from the start? Yeah, but how are you going to do war plans if you have no war plan? That's the whole point. See, like, this would be on a hard difficulty if you do this. So, like, obviously you want to do the war plan right from the start, but if you don't have a war plan right from the start, it's not going to work. Right? See, that was one thing where I say, like, it's useless to start on hard if you want to kill that thing early, depending on what class you play. For example, the Spiritborn can kill this dude early on hard, but a Warlock cannot kill him on hard. So that's number 2 again. So here you want to start on normal. Kirsten, like, there is a merit to leveling on harder and leveling on lower. So again, if you level on the lower difficulty and only kill normal monsters, and you just ignore bosses, you ignore elites, right? Then you can actually level really quick on the harder difficulties as well. Again, if you, for example, play also poison, it's very good. So this is double. This is like the worst, right? I would like to refresh this. We get level 2. Go again for you. Hire Subu. Hire over here. Then this time we're still going to go for the PvP zone. I'm going to show you the big difference so you just see what I was talking about. Are we going for the PvP area before anything else? It's just literally for general early level speed. So now just with this one equipped, like, you notice already, like, we're just killing things with one hit, right, instead of multiple hits. So that's obviously faster. We get less XP. That's also, obviously. Like this, you already get your direct claws. Then you rush for the dude. But look at the damage difference here, pretty much, right? Almost done already. So this is like on normal, absolute a thing you can do, especially when you then get a new weapon. I guess this is speaking for itself. The reason you're doing it is simple, because it gives you, for killing a 5 favor monster. Look at the XP, boom. I'm gonna wait quickly for him to spew out at least a weapon or something. We're gonna head over here. Pull this in. Pull that in. Pull this in. Pull that in. And all these just waiting for us to get killed, right? But we're getting the next big XP boost as well. See, that's 14. Very simple. I like it. That gives us the Rhine here for some more damage with our dudes. I would like to take that weapon, but I can't leave the premise. Will tank your Druid will definitely be tanky, yes. Druid has always been tanky. Always a lot of HP, so it should be relative effortless to actually get a cook in. So now you get that done, right? Good start into the whole thingy. But instead of now going into the Helltide, I would go into the next PvP area to do this again, right? There's like no reason to not do this. Because again, like you're going to just start in the Helltide super boosted. But what I assume is if I do this now and start into the Helltide, I could swap the difficulty. So now I'm going to kill the other guy. Right? Get you down. I guess if I would put this in a guide, like just go into hard and kill him, a lot of people would just stop. Because I know, like, you know, there's a struggle bus included in killing this guy. That's the level up. And we get the Whisper. That Whisper allows us now to send it in. Collection of Chaos. Get another level. That's 7. Then we're going to head over to the statue after doing these two to swap over to hard. Right? Get our point into the Dread Claws for the more damage. And then get our second charge for the Nether Step. Now with level 7, we're pretty much going to head over to the Helltide with the goal of not really fighting too many elites. Now the basic idea is that we have to spend some time here to get 150 cinders, right? Like that's now an elite, and like we can reasonably kill him. Greater collection of chaos, level 8. Actually, we are guaranteed to be level 8 after this. That's interesting because guaranteed level 8 gives us the demon. It's a good thingy because the demon is obviously how we're going to kill elites. If we now fight anything particularly annoying, you're just going to put down your dudes and they're going to eat everything up. Now, I forget to put him in. Good bear. It's always weird coming back to no pause when you open up menus. Alright, then we get the dominance here. With the basic idea to just always have dominance to use my dudes. And it is like, this is again where I'm wondering here right now, would it be, again, better to do the whole thing on easy for less XP, but more Cinder per second? Because, like, you get so much XP from the whole experience with the maggots later that any slowdown you experience because of monster killing is just heavily detrimental, right? Like any even minor slowdown you're getting. You're just looking to get as much as possible and as quick as possible. Jinx, done with PoE2 for now. Well, we just did PoE2 for the last 4 weeks. I actually just checked. So yes, we have some Season 14 prepping to do. Mainly because I could have done another Path of Exile build, but that would have been rushed. I really don't like to do rushed things, right? I'd rather give you something well cooked out. It's level 10, that's nice, because level 10 gives us the second variant here, which is the Vulnerable. And Vulnerable good. For the easiest source of Vulnerable that you get here. Even though technically you could get 50x more damage when you use your Shadow Step into Direct Claws. Okay, I think for the first passing, like for the first time where you're gathering cinders, it would probably be better if you do this on normal and then swap to hard as soon as you get your level 15. Why level 15? Because level 15 gives you your class specialization, right? And therefore also makes you faster. And you have that cooking. Might actually be a real consideration. Because class specialization also gives you your class demon. So like these are elites, how long they just take to take down for no tangible benefit, if that makes sense. Or what's the advantage of now killing these elites? Might as well just busy myself with anything that's not elite. Wish they still had the Asmodee boss summons from a few seasons back. Asmodee boss summons was great. I'm fully on page with you there. Okay, we got one Helltide thingy, but I have a double Helltide. So we need to gather the first one, like the other one too. So we're just about to die at any given point. Well, it feels like a normal warrior. Thing is, once we now get the 150 Cinder, we're going to be able to hand it in and get so much more. So that's going to be crazy. Now, we're not going to head over to the Lady of the Helltide that's being done right now because that would be cheating. Okay, so let's ignore that. And do things slow and steady. Instead. Coming from Elden Ring guides, thank you, Ross. You get to see there. Which one was it that did you in? Because there's some that we made. Oh, they have Avenger? Or what did they have on them? That's one thing I miss from Path of Exile, being able to just like hover over everything and get an explanation. One feature, right? Just press the pause key, quickly hover over things, so just in case you want to know, you want to read, right? You want to gain knowledge, you want to become a smarter gamer. Like, why does the game not want me to become a smarter gamer? Because then we're gonna figure out that half of the explanations are bullshit. Wait, what isn't Diablo 1? Because they don't want to figure out that half of the shit is bullshit. So why are we not opening chests right now? Because we gotta open them up on Penitent, okay? For the people that missed this part, we gotta open up things on Penitent. Because that actually gives more XP. I'm not sure if they should nerf this, but the crazy part is that on top of being able to obviously open this up on Penitent, right? War plans are generally going to give more XP. Which means that the whole Penitent strat is going to work, but it's going to work twice as good because we're anyways getting more XP. Okay, we're looking good, chat. It's looking good. And optimally, I would like quickly tap into this one here right now. That's not about to kill me right away. It's about to kill me right away. So now we need to teleport back in 2 cinders. Okay, as I said, in 2 cinders. Level 12 gives us the rampage damage increase. Then we're gonna now teleport back to Temis, right? Stream is borked. It's gonna fix itself in a second. Don't worry. Then head over to Penitent. Okay, it looks so weird, but it makes sense, chat. Head back in again. And now you're going to take your 150 Cinder to open up 2 chests. Preferable chests that have no minions in front of them, so you're not going to die. Because an elite at this point, you're not going to kill. Like normal dudes, sure, no problem. But an elite is not happening. You can't afford to die, because that's going to just bleed all your cinders away. Luckily, someone was here to solve this for me. And now we can teleport back to Tyrell. Is it worth? Yes, Namaito, you can do that. But usually it's like it's not required. Then we're going to hand it in because it's Penitent, right? And boom, that's instantly level 13. Very good level up. Gives us 3 more points to spend. None of them valuable in this case. We're actually going to go for the Dreadclaw variant. And we're going to upgrade Dreadclaw twice. Once. And then we're going to go for the Mega Lunatic. We're going to go... we could reroll this. To double again. Lucky me. And see, my Health Tide is almost done. Now we're going to go back to Penitent. And we're going to go back to hard. In this case, we're going to have our soul shard. So quick. Last time I choose Legion shard because that gave us cooldown. But honestly, it wasn't really worth it. The demon form is not worth it. Recast skill no longer breaks shadow form stealth at the cost of 2 stacks of shadow form per cast. While you have shadow form, the abyss skills deal 30% increased damage. Now I wonder if we can use this one together with the Nether step to kind of like stay in shadow form, right? So we're back to hard, which is going to now bring us back to the health tide again. Was a screen border keep flickering? Oh, that's just my computer doing computer things. Because if you do this now, you're technically in stealth, right? And then you do 50% increased damage. I could do this. And just stand still so we're not losing our shadow form, right? More shadow form stacks, more shadow form stacks. Actually makes it worth it to like kind of deal with elites here. Which also makes me wonder if you now could take this note here that says Dreadclaws increase stealth while you're in stealth. And if you have Shadow Form, you're actually in stealth, right? So these would increase the Dreadclaw damage dramatically. Or you just have to like, you know? And it's like so easy to stay down in shadow form. Actually making this like quite more viable than before. Interesting. Definitely we're testing this out. I also got a two-handed weapon that actually does way more damage. This is the Warlock from Diablo. Okay, we're almost at 80% again, so that's kind of good. We also get Shadow Form from Lalish. Interesting. I need Abyssal Recast skills to really profit from this. Okay, nice. It's looking good. I mean, Warlock was always decent. Still no upgrade to this. The Varind here is useless because that was 10 seconds and can be re-entered. Another step lets you phase through, so that one is like just not doing anything. So just get the direct balls again. That one just gives me shadow stacks. So I'm gonna have to keep Lalish exactly for that purpose. Okay, we're actually past this, so we're already 5 minutes faster, chat. Is Rogue's still a good option? Rogue is fire, and Rogue is also like very strong this season again. So yes, Rogue is absolutely an option, not just like a little bit. Rogue is going to be brilliant. Ah, this is going so much faster. Love to see it, ladies and gentlemen. Love to see it. Did you manage to close pit 150? No, I never bothered. I never bothered. So even if a build can do it, right, there's still a huge amount of grind involved to actually get to pit 150. And that grind to pit 150 is single-handedly one of the most boring things to do in Path of XL and Diablo, and Path of XL too. So, nope. I did absolutely not bother, and I didn't even try because I really didn't want to. You know? This was a particularly lucky start, but I guess sometimes you're allowed to be lucky. The crazy part is just the amount of progress this is going to... Ooh. Fixed position, chat. I'm going to say it again, just in case you missed it. So these dudes here are now always spawning. Or have always been, surprisingly or unsurprisingly, in fixed positions. Yeah, no. Okay, wait. That one. Which means if you're riding around a Helltide and you have enough thread, you can force these dudes to appear. And that's what I'm also going to try to do now in a second, because we are actually having quite some thread. And we are close to having our 150 cinders again, so we can go for 2 more chesticles. I hope I'm not going to build up the thread fully now. That would actually be terrible. Oh, you know what the problem is going to be? We're going to build up that thread fully as we open up the 2 chests. What's the problem? Maybe if we're lucky and get away. So now back to Temis. Twisting Blades. I don't think Twisting Blades is right now the good one. I haven't checked for Rogue, because I know the least about Rogue at this point. So back to Penitent. Then we're teleporting back into the Helltide. Kitty, pay close attention. Okay. Looking for 2 chests we can open without having to fight too many Duderonis. Dude Bros Barinos. Nice. They all just got stuck and couldn't follow me. Haha, we get both. Fantastic. I mean, like, sadly that we died, right? But this is okay. This was in the margin of error, because you do it impenitent. And now the crazy part is, so this was 4 Helltides, okay? And in these 4 Helltides, boom. Now level 20. Not the point though. We pushed the whole Helltide war table already almost through. Yep. We're gonna look for a new plan. Pretty. But I couldn't go for it again. Now 20. For any meaningful upgrades. Actually, now what you should do is you probably have gathered enough gold to just run to the vendor. Just see if he has a weapon that's better than what you have. 3 levels as well, so we can go for the Abyssal Titan recast variant. You could technically go for Sigil of Subversion together with Blood Ritual. No, I don't think we can do that. That's overkill. Probably just going to go for the Fiend of Abaddon. No, actually, we could do Demon Form and try out Shadow Demon Form for damage boosting. Yeah, that should work. So now we need to swap back from Penitent over to normal. Expert. Sorry. Hard. 1 more skill point. 1 more skill point goes into... Claws. Our first one is still Helltide, so we're heading back to the Helltide. It's a bit like annoying that you have to like teleport, swap, teleport, that kind of stuff, right? But if you consider the upsides of doing this, you're easily going to just love that. I mean, technically, I could have now gathered also in the last run more cinders, but I feel like gathering more cinders potentially just leads to more sadness. Yeah, it's working very good. So we need 57 cinders ASAP. Why are we not using our demon form? Not really much gain from demon form here at this point, right? I don't have anything invested in this guild, so we just have it for having it when it then gets upgraded meaningfully. Yeah, that Shadow Enhanced Claw is absolutely going places. Holy Christ. I should have probably informed myself a bit more about Dread Claw before doing this. To like know how I can get the Dread Claw to really do the most damage. Because I was definitely missing out on DPS on the last run around, right? Oh, there comes like, see, now 2 Bloodseekers are coming out of this, and they're already going to give us bonus XP. And bonus Cinders. I mean, you saw how many Cinders we just got from these 2 Bloodseekers, right? That's insane. What we're going to do now is we're going to teleport really quickly out again. Unattend. Probably also annoying to do this with a friend because like this would require your friend to always come back to swap to Penitent, right? The Warlock in T2R is better than this. He's not bad. For sure. Weinstein. Very good to see you there, my friend. Thank you for the 100 month of subscriptions. Ladies and gentlemen, we're raking up those 100 month subscribers. Left, right, and center. Weinstein, very kind of you. So now comes the real kicker of this. Okay, Chad? You want it easy? A Barbarian, Katie. Summoner Bard. But we're going to probably start as Necro, and I'm going to do Golem Necro. Okay? Okay, now we get this Impenitent open again. And now you get this thing, but can we just swap back to normal? Right? Does it actually work? And it works, and I can show you that it works. So let me teleport back and then quickly show you that it works. Here, stop the timer so I can show you. So now, if I swap back to normal after opening up this chest, okay? Or heart. And then I actually head over to the table. It does show, now that we completed this, for the 43% experience, activity experience, right? And these 2 are still going to give us then the heart experience. That's like the whole trick here, where you then make it work, pretty much. Okay, wait, you know what? The early demon form would allow me to just jump around, right? I actually gotta experiment with that. Because, like, end of the day, you want travel, right? And if I choose this early form, then my skill is Rampage, yeah. So I could swap to it just to jump 3 times. I mean, it seems a bit extra, but it is definitely possible. Oh, shit. It doesn't go... Wait. Like 1, 2... I hate Nahan to dungeons. I hate Nahan to dungeons. Like, and then just go out. Yeah, you know what? Not a bad shout. I mean, more movement is more movement, end of the day. Damage from the ultimate shouldn't be required to get things done. I mean, imagine just how long we'd have to travel through this if we didn't have, like, any kind of movement. I mean, like this, it was a reasonable travel. Hello, Council. Absolute destruction, chat. Let's go. Nice. 22. 22 allows us to get the damage per life. Good hammer is going to be better than what we have. And out we go. No, actually, into the next dungeon we go. When you're leveling, you can buy every 10 levels better weapons at the vendors. Just sell charms and you drop some. Yep. Definitely possible. But you usually have like a good enough weapon. I don't think it would be required to like look for the vendors. I mean, it certainly doesn't hurt because why wouldn't you just want to get bonus, right? As you say. Especially when it's like so simple. Okay, the screen broke again. Fixed it. Sorry for the inconvenience today. Random demon form. Okay, after this, we're almost done already with our Helltide. Which is just crazy. Like, if we consider how long it took me last time to get done with the Helltide, and we're now almost, like, through. That's just not okay. I beam Chan. I'm fat fingering 4 way too often. And it's literally fat fingering 4. I wish it wasn't. But it is, Chan. Oh, your 98 character just died. You're thinking about trying the monk build? The Poison Monk? You should. Poison Monk was incredible. I can't always tell like how good things will perform in hardcore because again, I don't play hardcore. So I don't even try to predict anything. I just know I didn't die often with the Poison Monk. Don't do it in Soul Southbound, though. That wouldn't be fun. So you kind of require the... Oh. Okay. Lolly. As long as I don't move around my, I'm like in shadow form, you know? Okay, very good. Now we go out. Mm-hmm. Guidance for your bear druid. Which game? Like, I need to ask that because, like, you know, we're playing different games right now. So now we get this, but we get the full XP anyways with a good loot. Has more damage. That's boots. So finally we get the boots. It's important. First yellow boots. Straight up mobility. Don't gamble much. Just take what you're getting, right? So now we can take this one. That's only 1. It's 1. I want 2. Shit. No, that's a Helltide. I'd rather Oh, nice too. So pit, that, and that. I'd rather like die than actually have to do a Inferno Horde. We had 4 levels from this, so we can actually not go for the full demon form yet. Metamorphosis reduces dominance cost. That's important. Repair your screen. Is it still broken again? Okay, we're close to level 30. I hate these dudes with like this orb effect on it. Orb effect always kills me. Go, 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 go. And now slam him with a demon. Slam him with a demon again. Right? Doing very, very, very good. Playing the season already. This is not the season, sir. This is the Bunny Half prepares for the season. And essentially, the season is going to be even faster leveling because you're getting the seasonal portals to interact with. However, you will probably want to ignore the seasonal portals for the time being, as the seasonal portals are actually going to slow down your progress towards the maggots, right? I'm still not sure how I feel about this level method that we're here attempting actually being viable, right? But it's still, it kind of feels like it is what it is, you know? No use in complaining about it. Just accept it and make use of it. So we're 20 minutes faster. I mean, the real speed is going to come as soon as we have like the as soon as we have said Helltide points like an hour earlier than last time, because last time we get the Helltide points around 1 hour and 40 minutes in, right? And now it's looking like we're going to be an hour in and we get the points. Frankly spoken, ridiculous. Oh, I could probably get the boss right here. I'm just staying AFK on him so I stay in shadow form, because as long as I'm in shadow form, my skills do 40% more damage, right? So why would I not do that? Demolisher? So that was now number 1. Now we need to get our other 2 up for the Helltide farm, right? And the Helltide farm is another 11 minutes. That should be fast enough. And if we finish this Helltide here, chat, we're almost done. That's the crazy part. We're getting 84, 84, and then I just need 1 more Helltide, and we already have the points. Oh goodness, I got the Bloodseekers here again. Bloodseekers are probably the weakest ones of all of them that could potentially cop out of this. I mean, the only advantage that the Bloodseekers have is they give a lot of cinders, right? That's also their only advantage. Okay, I got 75. I need really quickly another big chunka-dunka. So I can hand that in Penitent. Feel like I'm annoying if I now miss the clock for that. I missed the Golem build. Yeah, we're gonna do a Golem leveling, so don't worry. A Saturday is another Diablo day where we do a lot of recapping and that kind of stuff. And I'm gonna do a Golem leveling speedrun as well, because I want to just test if the new version of Golem will work the way I want it to work. And I wanted to generally try out some things for necro leveling. Right? That's gonna be good. Ha ha ha! Okay, that actually worked. I feel like that shouldn't have worked, but I'll take it. Okay, and in this area, I have no clue where the worms are spawning. Bit of a bummer.
Wouldn't have made it without you.
Yeah, what time is it? We have 7 minutes left. I think I can do it. It's looking like the strongest class for this season. I would say Barb, tentatively. I mean, definitely, like, Necros Apocalypse is... Necros Apocalypse. The Apocalypse build seems to be more or less gone. I mean, not gone, but just, like, severely scaled down. You could probably still do it, but not just to the effectiveness that you could do before. And I think that's probably good, because, let's be fair, the effectiveness of the Apocalypse was somewhat silly. Like, just how good it was. Okay, we are 150, chat. We got it. Let's not die here. Out. Remember where chests are, so 1-2 chests early. We're gonna hand it in. Penitent. Don't fight. Like, seriously, don't fight, Chad. Just get past. We got this. I can move out. Whew. All the changes are coming with the season, Sonic. But you can try the strategy that we're using for leveling here to speed things up for you. Okay, now we made it to level 30. So that's 4 minutes quicker. Didn't change that much yet, right? If you need money to afford this, just sell these, right? For 15. 15 gives us the shadow form of these. That is good. That's what we're looking for. So now, as you can see on the war table, we are only one single one away. So I can do bop, 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 and we're actually there now. Now, since I only need 25, I could probably do this also in the normal one. So we're at 200 and I need 25, 25. So we can do it in hard without having to go for a penitent to hand that in. Level 31. These Khazra dudes are like just standing very separated compared to some of the other clustered up enemies. You level up your character for season 14 already? No, you can't. You can just be doing some early preparation. Now that I have what I'm looking for, right? You're going to be absolutely astounded how my next levels are going to be just flying through. Okay, chat? As soon as we have those 2 Hell Tides done in the next 10 minutes, which is like the fastest. So I think like getting the Hell Tides done in around an hour is going to be the norm, I'd say. It really comes down a bit how lucky you're going to get in the early levels. If you get like the double Hell Tide, super lucky. If you don't get the double Hell Tides, not super lucky. I was going to play a ginormous role. And as we know, we're all unlucky. Poor sods, ladies and gentlemen. Boom. Boom. Lalish down. Oh, we're level 30 as well. That means I can actually take my soul shard thingy where it was recast skills, do more damage. And that means our big black demon, who's just slamming in, can slam in even harder. Right? It can actually be used as a clear skill. Makes me often wonder how much do we really need Dread Claws and how much could we just rely single-handedly on this skill. That was the wrong direction. They made war plans account-wide for the patch. Nope, but they made war plans leveling faster. Now, I'll tell you that on every new character I've made, I usually go through the war plans extremely quick. So by the time that you reach like Torment 8 or so, you're usually level 4 on most activities. And them making the war plans faster should fix them not being account-wide. I Again, not sure why they don't want them to be account-wide. Like, I only have guesses, but yeah. They certainly don't want them account-wide, so that's that. You gotta deal with that. It is what it is. Okay, let's get out. We're ready for Helltide, but we can't actually do the Helltide because it's Joe Ever right now. I'm curious about a Warlock minion build. They nerfed that. Because there used to be a Warlock try to get all the big bad demons kind of build, but the problem is if you do that Warlock try to get all the big bad demons kind of build, it doesn't work that well anymore. Because it used to work so well since you would get an insane multiplier for stacking all the greater demons. And then they were like, no, you don't. Now, making alts is still worth it, Jesse. I mean, like, again, I cannot tell you what's worth it for you, right? I can only tell you what's worth it for me. So I still enjoy making alts. It'll be interesting to see how long we take now under these new circumstances. Come out, wherever you are.
A haunting. Or a memory.
This is madness! We will not survive! We'll sacrifice ourselves before our home!
Get her here. Pull Lalish out. Spam her until there's nothing left. Dude, she just vanished. Uncool. Pull Lalish out again. Oh, we're doing this one here quickly? Well, because it just is nice free XP. Just gotta stay in shadow form. It's important. The shadow form more damage. I'm noticing that my choice of ulti might not be the smartest. We could have probably gone for Terror Storm instead. Alright, because right now we're not playing ulti because we're just waiting for Demon Form to be level 20. But we're definitely bleeding damage because of that decision. I'm fine with the decision, but it's something to consider. I've never fought her that long, for the longest we've ever fought her. Doop, doo, doo, doo. That leveled up. Okay, Helltide is still not there, so let's quickly solve that one. And as you see, that has like simple XP, right? Maximus, there's no challenge until you hit Ubers. There is no challenge. It doesn't matter what you hit. Diablo doesn't really have a challenge. Diablo is just a cruising simulator. But that's what makes it so much fun. Chill cruising simulator. I mean, then let's be real. If you're in Path of Exile playing the Super Ultra S tier build right now, there's also no challenge. If you're then playing the Super Ultra S tier build, right? War plans will be shared with parties. Yes, you can share your war plan with parties now. Aha! Long range farming, Chan. Here. Watch me. Long range farming. Oh no, I can't see my opponents down there. Wait, I can see these. Nice. Easiest farm ever, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, hell tide's up. The most worms are around this. No, actually, the most worms are around the lower area. How can you make the timer? That is a tool called Life Split. Oh, I'm still impenitent. Why am I doing this impenitent? I'm an idiot. Why am I still impenitent, Chad? I mean, then again, it kind of worked. So let's see if I just stay impenitent right now. How quick can I get myself the cinders? It's possible. The problem is not the damage. The problem is the survival. That when you get hit by something, you might just suddenly combust, and that would be rather the unlucky happening. Because again, like white opponents, right? They're just really, they die in any difficulty, relatively simple. The problem is where the oh, see, we open up the chaos portal, chat. We're gonna now look out from the damage, as I told you. But that chaos portal, when you clear it, the amount of XP it's actually going to give you is insanely high. No, I died. See, like, that's the problem. I called out. It's definitely possible to do this impenitent at this point, but I would suggest against it, right? Costs us now a bit just to do this, but nah, I would probably just finish this in. Maybe expert at this point, depending on how harsh you want it. We're going to compromise the whole run now for being lazy to teleport back. Because I told you that would happen. All the teleporting back and forth just to swap world tiers. Just to get too lazy to do it. Whisper's ready. I know, my friend. Go into underground mode. You literally like boop, stay in shadow mode, right? And then shadow mode now, do more damage. Then hit him over again. Poor guy. Okay, we get the first chest done, ladies and gentlemen. Is there a resonator? Good to see you there, partner. So the biggest problem about dying is actually not even dying. It's that you're losing the you're losing the threat that you've been building up, right? So death isn't even the problem. It's death. Because when you lose the threat, then you can't get invaded by worms. And if you can't get invaded by worms, you can't get like the insane bonus XP. You can't get the insane bonus XP. Oh, you see where this is going, right? Here was my first chest piece. Chesticle. Get the chesticle before something unfortunate happens to me. Like, life. I do it in this difficulty because I'm stubborn. Stubborn. Also call it testing purpose, right? For the sake of testing the method in and out, it's fine. Gotta also make the bad experiences to know what the bad experience looked like. I mean, again, results will vary heavily from what class you're playing, right? How powerful your class is early without anything. Stop hitting me. I got yogurt in my backpack. Oop. Just a little bit more, and we're done. Little bit more. My whole theory is, as always, chat, if you just level in normal, right? Generally, just in normal, you're anyways the fastest. However, we gotta do the whole penitent shtick, at least for the XP of the war plan. Again, as stupid as it's required, but at least there's an option to make it faster. Okay, none of them has dropped a cinder now. Uncool. Oh, Jesus. Pony just mindly spacing out. Almost getting eaten by Jeffrey and the gang. I turned greedy. I'm alive! Chat. I turned greedy, but I'm alive. I mean, he did have some nasty bonuses going on. We got what we're looking for, by the way. I'm not sure why I still keep killing things. Do this and then get out. Huh. Port Taro, out here. War plans are better for leveling. Sir, we're doing war plans. You're aware of that, right? Okay, fantastic. So now it took me 1 hour, as I said, to get this up, right? So fantastic solution. We got it in 1 hour done. And we're level 36 now, which is pretty amazing. Now we need to get back to Temes because I obviously did not want to go here right now. Please let me go out again. Thank you very much. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Good. Destroy everything. Then we're gonna head back to hard. Now, it doesn't actually matter anymore what for war plans we have. Okay, so you're going to wonder, Pony, why don't we do war plans anymore? Just focus on them. I mean, you can still roll and see that you actually get a Helltide one, right? But we're not particularly going to care about fixing that Helltide. We just want to, right now, hang out in the Helltide. Wait. In the right one. Oh, in this, the top one. Top one has, like, the most worms that I can write down. Very easy. So goal is now, after getting this, again, chat, for the people that just joined. Like, look at that. I'm level 39, okay? 39. We're going to be in the hard difficulty. So my goal is now to simply not actually kill many enemies. So you would think like, hey, now that we're here, we're probably just going to kill enemies and farm the cinders, right? And then just open up as many chests as possible. But that's wrong. What you're trying to do is you're trying to get your threat meter up. Okay, so we gotta have our threat meter now close to 80%. And that's simply achieved by killing things, right? And after we get our threat meter up, now see, this is what we now just want. Now we just want to get these here. And this is my first XP juicing, so that's 42 now. 42 also means that we can go for this one here, and that's really, really good. So now we can go shadow form, and we can stay shadow form as we're zooming around. So that was the first one. We're looking for more worms. So now worms are fixed, though. They are around the scar. So around here is the first spawn position. There it is. I love it when it works. So that's level 45 already. Level 45. So we have now been officially 23 minutes faster. And there's a second worm who can come around here. There it is. Thank you very much. Didn't actually give us the big maggots now. Robbery. Then the next one is on the top. Didn't come. Off to the side. I need to go to that tiny island. Oh, there's one. See, like, they have fixed positions, but they can also, like, just appear randomly on top of the fixed positions. What you need to look out for is always go a bit back so you don't get killed by the Pang of Duriel. Because the Pang of Duriel is kind of, like, brutal when it comes out, right? It might one-hit you. So look out there. Yeah, those harsh here right now. Dude. These guys, they wanted it, Chan. You look for new weapons as well. So that wasn't even the worm we were looking for. Okay, there's one potentially here. It could come. No, doesn't seem to be here right now. Are there set worms for each Helltide location? Exactly. And there's a website. It's called helltides.com, who has all these locations documented. And technically, you don't want to kill anything but these thingies, because like if you kill something else than a hellworm, you're just going to increase your threat meter so that you get invaded. But you don't actually want to get invaded, right? You just want to spawn more worms. Because no matter how much XP these dudes are going to give you, it's nothing compared to what the worms can give you. Okay, so these were all the worm locations now. What I haven't figured out is how long these worms take to respawn, right? So if I, for example, now have to go to the next part of the Helltide, or if actually here, yep, on this location, right, the worm has a good chance to come back again. That's 50. We'll probably try to get a weapon now because we're bleeding in strength, Chad. We're not getting much weapon power here, bonus, right? Here's the second one. There he is. Thank you very much. There's the Pang of Duriel. You saw him in the ground. So they actually respawn quite quickly, because we farmed this dude now multiple times already. Yeah, when threat is above 2/3, like then they start spawning. They can spawn early as well. Right, so it doesn't hurt to like write down the locations as you're going through pretty much. Okay, what we're quickly gonna do is we're gonna teleport out. This is crazy XP, right? We just went to 45, like, was it 5 minutes ago? And since then our level has just skyrocketed, correct? A Magus Stick, 122. That's what I meant about like getting an actual good weapon here right now. Correct? It's just so much stronger. Okay, back into the Helltide. And now we could get instant wormed again, right? Because we teleported out. Oh, I got 27 skill points. Oh, no, not 27, but quite some more. Let's see if the worm is up here. Not. And we're running down past these again. None. There. So like now with the weapon that does more damage, we're just in a way better position to kill these guys. The only annoying part will be when you try to do this crossplay off, I'd say, right? Because you don't want to. Well, actually, here comes the question: crossplay off or crossplay on? Because if I ride through and someone else is spawning these bad boys, isn't that a good thing for me? Probably crossplay on. Well, what threat meters do worms start spawning? 80%. But they can spawn at any percent. They just start spawning more frequent the more percent you have. Right? So the more the merrier. How do you set up the highlight? Under options and player highlight. There we go. It's like this is like this was a non-fixed spawn spot now, in case you wonder. Okay, we get level 60, ladies and gentlemen. So level 60 now 1 hour faster, right? Because we did everything correct. See, now I'm getting invaded, and that's actually bad because I don't want to get invaded. I want to have my threat as high as possible because getting invaded is actually to my detriment. I don't actually know in the moment where you're getting invaded if there's still dudes spawning. Which means what we're going to do right now is we're going to actually move to the side, trying to get where the chests are. Because we want our threat meter to pop, right? We want our threat meter to go away. And obviously this also gives me XP to kill these dudes, right? But why even bother? Because like it's not like that these don't give you XP, but if you compare the experience gain of what we're doing here right now to actually the maggots, then yeah, I mean maggots are king. In case you wonder if this is going to get nerfed, it hasn't gotten nerfed yet, and people already did this on the PDR as well, so I would reckon it is meant to stay this way. I mean, no matter if they like slightly turn it down or not, it's going to be the best method for XP, right? Regardless what they do to this. So for example, now I don't have threat, right? But I could still get attacked by anything. So there's, for example, supposed to be a hellworm right here. It is unlikely that it spawns, right? Because we're not fully threatened up, but yeah. How do you level so fast? So you have to level up your hell type, okay? To level... That was 700 damage more, chat. You have to level up your hell tide to level 2 in the war plans. Then you choose, you want to have more... then you want to choose that you can get maggots. And with these maggots, you can then farm XP like crazy. Now the trick will be leveling up your Helltide war plan as fast as possible. And for this, you can employ a strategy of jumping between Penitent and Normal. And what you're going to do is, you're going to farm in Normal the Cinders, okay? And then you're going to jump over to Penitent to hand in set Cinders. Now that sounds like we're cheating, but it's actually very valid. It has been a strategy since forever to actually get more XP from handing in the Cinders. However, now instead of getting like more XP personal, we just want more war plan XP. Now we're going to kill all of these dudes here, trying to put our threat up. Our threat should be around 70%. And then we're going to go back into the other location, because that other location worked so well. Big black dude going boom. We're just farming from up here. Okay, 61, 50% already stacked. Let's see that we hand it over here. Do this, and I could probably push my thread higher. So that this noise here is the 50% noise. Like the oh is when you like skipped over the 50% marker, right? And your thread has progressed quite nicely. We're also opening chests because chests are just doing it. So now we have like here 50%. We're in the 2/3 territory. So we're gonna now go out of this area, because again, since we're past this 2/3 territory, we're better off being where the maggots are again. Because they could now, again, jump into me, right? What difficulty? Oh, I'm killing them on hard trifecta, because there's, like, on Penitent, there's the danger of you dying, right? So these XP globes, they just give you massive XP no matter what difficulty you're in. Ergo, like, you could do it in Penitent. But since Penitent has the danger of you dying and therefore resetting your threat meter, I would never do it above... hard. Maybe expert, but expert is like the tops I would interact with. Everything else is just a gamble in riskiness. Oh, there we go. The first one. $62. Woo, woo. Hello? Dankeschön. I still don't know if they would spawn if I'm actually not on my horse, right? No wormy here. There's allegedly a wormy there, but he has never come. I refuse to believe he exists. What's the end game now like in D4? It's actually pretty fun. I mean, there is the standard grind with the activities, but there are war plans to juice set activities. There's also Echoing Hatred, which gives you even more. So all in all, I like where Diablo is right now, personally. Not everyone does. I enjoy it. Hello, Worm. I know you're here. Or I know you can be here. Do you enjoy D4 or PvE more? I enjoy both, sir. I know it's a foreign concept to many, but I like to play more than one game. I mean, I just played 3 weeks of non-stop Path of Exile. So you can imagine I'm happy to be able to play something different for a bit. And then do even more Path of Exile as soon as they especially drop their latest event leak that is supposed to come very soon. No, let's not open that. You know, we shouldn't ride upwards. We should then ride past here. Even though that one has like, that hasn't yet to spawn a worm. Allegedly there's a worm spawning there, but has yet not spawned. Ah, there we go. Oh wow, that's a lot of maggots from one that's a lot from one location. Jeez. I wonder, do I get the XP blips if someone else has the maggots? This is how few I actually play with the with others, right? I don't even know if I profit from it if someone else would be here. Okay, that's my 600 bonus damage hammer, right? Are there any single player games you plan on playing? Phantom Blade Zero. There is another one like Phantom Blade Zero. What was it called again? But I completely forget what it was called. I mean, there are a couple of games I'm generally interested in, yeah. But right now, there's just nothing releasing. I mean, right? I'm looking forward to Lords of the Fallen 2, but that's a bit later. There is technically Elden Ring, the Tarnished Edition, if I just wanted to have some Elden Ring fun, right? Never know. Might as well do it. We got No Rest for the Wicked, 1.0 release with a new class system. Absolute chef's kiss, can't wait. Now we ran around here and we didn't get a single worm to bite our head off. Plus this, Ludenoff, this is the Warlock. That's the bad part about the strategy. So you have all these minions, right? All these things that you could kill, but you don't want to like even remotely think about killing a single thing. No worm here. No worm here. Oh, we could try to get the worms on the left side. Let's see. No, there are a couple in this direction. And like, this is where it gets like confusing because now, what if someone else spawned the worm recently? Can I still spawn it? Right? What is the spawn like on my own timer? 69. Or is it on a kind of global timer? Almost there, ladies and gentlemen. Let's try to find one last one. And I could just kill some things to level up, not the point. There's allegedly one more here. Vista Worm. Where have you been? I mean, yes, the last itty bitty XP titties. We could just get like this. Oh, there. We got it. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh God, don't get greedy. Whee! And we're done. And this is with a Warlock, and Warlock arguably one of the slower levelers, right? So we gotta say this. Because with a Necromancer, for example, vastly faster. Necromancer is actually legal what it does. So this would now be easily in 1 hour and 28 minutes. Whew. Yeah, that's good. You know, I like that. I like that. I mean, it's dumb how this works. There's also another level. There's another level mechanic. So there's this one here with the Hell Tides, right? But there's also one with the Undercity. Right? Where we spam Undercity and you try to just get this one here. So you try to get Jade Epiphany and then you just spam Undercity and that's it. But to be honest, I like the Helltide one more. So that was our easy peasy level speedrun squeezy. Kind of nifty, isn't it? Necro is faster now. Well, Necro has the advantage of minions being quite hurtful. But the real thing that Necro right now has as soon as level 6, you're getting yourself the Sever. Now, what is so special about Sever? Sever's a mobility skill now. That means with Sever, as long as you have resource, you can do this. That's what you can do with Sever.
Look on the bright side, time.
That's where Necro's actually quite cooking. The only problem with Sever is that it's not a teleport. So if I sever into a wall like this, I sever into a wall. If I sever it against a tiny gap, I sever against a tiny gap. Right? So here, oh no, oh no. Oh no, oh no, what am I gonna do? I gotta go around and then I can sever, right? So that's the only The only tangible downside. And then you're gonna start summoning ghosts around you. Because we're actually using this here. Say like you do this, and then you have ghosts around you. Whee! And what happens is then that you do this with a bunch of ghosts around you, and just actually payload deliver death and destruction. Right? And you pretty much go just from pack to pack and like, hi, bye, 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 bye. Right? I just keep on doing this. Very, oh, what is this thingy here? Jesus. Very highly efficient. Also, do need to actually summon my... So yeah, that's how it works. There's a map of the spawn locations. It's called helltides.com. This is the map here. It shows you all the spawn locations of every single worm. Now, again, this one has never spawned a worm, and this one has never spawned a worm. So it's like somewhat accurate, but like this one has always spawned a worm. This one has never, right? That worm came, this came, that didn't come. This one came here. So like it's the possible spawn locations, but they're not 100% still, though it's quite freaking amazing. Okay. Now that being said, chat, I think that was our first day for covering Diablo 4 again. We'll on Sunday have even more Diablo 4, pretty much cooking up all the starter builds that on Sunday evening you have the full starter build video, right? Therefore, thank you very much for coming, watching, lurking, chatting, hopefully enjoying. Would you like me to put that whole 1 hour video of the leveling live? Because I was thinking about actually putting that live, you know, the 1 hour speed run, just to show how easily it's possible with a warlock to just do this with this mythology. I mean, this is 128 and pretty much 128, but not even the fastest character. So I guess with a Necro, I could probably do it in 110, right? Could be cool. I mean, we'll definitely, like, I think on Sunday, we're going to actually try to beat this, right? We're going to try to do this in a 110 speed run. That could be funny. Right? Maybe, like, also, chat, if you want to, until Sunday, please give this a try and tell me how fast you can do it. Therefore, thank you for coming, watching, lurking, chatting. Really enjoyed it, chat. Thank you for being here with me. Hope to see you all tomorrow? Sunday. Sorry. Sunday again. Until then, take care. Love you all. Don't